Give me some London sound and turn up the bass. Give me some more hardcore sound, some more hardcore sound. Give me some London sound and turn up the bass. Give me some London sound and turn up the bass. Give me some more hardcore sound, some more hardcore sound. Give me some London sound and turn up the bass. Some more hardcore, give me some London sound and turn up the bass. Give me some more hardcore sound, some more hardcore, give me some London sound and turn up the bass.
Fellow man here. I subbed to this guy, but he's a nice guy, and I noticed the way he talks that he's open to anything, and there's no bad mouthing, no name calling. He's putting it out there, and I really like the guy he has with him.
Nothing but a pussy, bro, and I just want to tell you that you're a pussy. Goodbye. Yeah.
So I'm daring you to come down to Texas. Come on down. In your busted ass RV with Cooley and Captain Gingerqueer, and come on down and come to the Walmart that I ain't worked at in 3 years, you fucking scumbag piece of shit. And do what you're gonna do. Bring it on. I dare you. I fucking dare you to come to my house and see what happens. I fucking dare you. Come on down. Come on down. You won't come down because you're a bitch. That's why you will come down. You're a scumbag piece of shit. And all you're making is empty threats. That's all you are, is empty threats. You're a fucking cocksucker. That's why. Oh, you wanna say you're gonna fuck me up? I know you're talking about this. That's fine. Empty threats. You're a fucking cocksucker. That's why. So, you wanna say you're gonna fuck me up? I dare you to come to my place, because I protect what's mine.
How you doing?
Good.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late. My computer shat its pants.
Oh.
Annoying.
Yeah. You guys ready for the boss?
Yeah, pretty much ready to be a damage sponge like usual. The thing that you do best. I will keep those heels on you this time, by the way. That sounds good.
Oh my god. Alan can't make it tonight, so we're just gonna have to keep with a rando.
Hang on, what? Oh, I hate playing with randos.
What's up, noobs?
Hey. What's up? Do you have voice chat?
Nope.
So I guess the boss should be pretty easy. We just want to keep the pressure on and not allow him any time to heal.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on is super important. I've actually beaten this boss quite a few times.
Well, must be nice. Every time I'm just teamed up with fucking noobs.
Okay, that sucks.
Honestly, every time, just selfish who won't listen.
So,
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll do well if we keep up good communication. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, remember to keep up the pressure, okay? On my mark, 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Ow! I need heals!
I'm focusing on the tank.
I said I need heals!
Soon, okay? Just keep firing.
Yeah, good job, tank. You know you need to direct the damage, right?
Stop typing and start attacking.
What's the point in me attacking if I'm just gonna die immediately because none of you are doing your job properly?
oh my god! Dude, stop typing and attack! We have to keep the pressure on him!
Damn it! I said I need heals!
And I said I'm on cooldown.
Just my fucking luck. Teamed up with another bunch of fucking nuts.
If you stop typing and actually attack, we'd probably have him by now.
What are you talking about? I'm the only one that's doing my fucking job.
Dude, what are you even doing? You're literally just typing.
Yeah, I'm the only person communicating, keeping this team together.
Oh God, fine, okay, here we go.
Yeah, fat load of good that's gonna do now that we've all basically lost.
Help, 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 Rowan.
Classic, what an absolute noob.
Dude, just stop typing and f***ing shoot!
What's the point? You guys have basically thrown the game already.
He's so f***ing good! Just shoot him! Just shoot him right now! Just f***ing stop typing and shoot!
You know what? I'm out. You guys are f***ing useless. Okay, noobs, do you want to see some more high-level teamwork and absolute chaos? Then check out our D&D channel. There.
He's in denial. Engaged in denial. They're engaged in denial. No one wants to talk about it in the community, and we do not have enough leaders in the community and outside the community demanding we face the reality, confront the men in the community, as well as the women, letting them know there are alternatives. Thank you.
I wrote the Violence Against Women Act.
Whatever happened to Jeffrey Epstein's body?
There are hugs where you just throw up your arms and go for it. And then there are hugs that keep going and going and going. Joe Biden wouldn't let Hillary go as they met on the tarmac at Scranton Airport. Nothing to see here, right? Wrong, because the president wouldn't unhand Hillary for almost 16 seconds. Tell the truth like it is.
A new partnership of nations has begun, and we stand today at a unique and extraordinary moment. The crisis in the Persian Gulf, as grave as it is, also offers a rare opportunity to move toward an historic period of cooperation. Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order, can emerge, a new era, freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice, and more secure in peace. Domestic rest, north and south, can prosper and live in harmony. 100 generations have searched for this elusive path to peace, while 1,000 wars raged across the span of humanity. And today, that new world is struggling to be born. A world quite different from the one we've known. A world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle. A world in which nations recognize the shared responsibility for freedom and justice. A world where the strong respect the rights of the weak.
Some heroes are inspired by the mission, not the recognition. What about you? Consider a career with Central Intelligence Agency. Be America's first line of defense. Be your innovative best. Why work for when you can serve your nation? The CIA, the work of a nation, the center of intelligence.
Was Richard Helms, who was Deputy Director of the CIA, Dr. Gottlieb.
These and other experiments were carried out on precisely those citizens who count most on the government for its help, the destitute and the gravely ill. But the dispossessed were not alone. Members of the military, precisely those on whom we and our government count most, they were also test subjects. Informed consent means your doctor tells you the risk of the treatment you are about to undergo. In too many cases, informed consent was withheld. Americans were in the dark about the effects of what was being done to them. The deception extended beyond the test subjects themselves to encompass their families and the American people as a whole. For these experiments were kept secret, and they were shrouded not for a compelling reason of national security, but for the simple fear of embarrassment. And that was wrong. Those who led the government when these decisions were made are no longer here.
We did a whole lot of things that were right, but we tortured some folks.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated. The fact is, you can't look at that television and say, nothing happened on the 6th, nothing happened on the 6th, nothing happened on the 6th. The 6th.
I want to thank President George W. Bush, and most of all, an outstanding American, somebody who has always shown grace and character and courage and served America nobly throughout the years, President George H.W. Bush. We are so proud to be with him tonight. He sets an example for all of us.
There's a reason why it's been harder to get African Americans initially to get vaccinated, because they used to being experimented on. The Tuskegee Airmen and others. People have memories. People have long memories. It's awful hard as well to get Latinx vaccinated as well. Why? They're worried that they'll be vaccinated. So look, from day one, something that Governor Cooper has been totally focused on is making sure we get as many people vaccinated, particularly people who don't have access to health care usually, who don't have
the heart of America, without regard to race or religion or political party, is greater than our problems.
Look what just arrived. Hey, buddy.
On my way. My working hours can change instantly. The mission is a constant, but every day can be different. What I do is important, yet no one will ever know. But an entire nation will be grateful. Don't just watch the news. Discover the truth 24/7. Explore careers in CIA's Directorate of Operations.
Now to a woman named one of America's most powerful women by Newsweek magazine as San Francisco's first female African-American and Indian-American and African-American and Indian-American female Indian-American district attorney, Kamala Harris has received praise for raising conviction rates and prevent repeat offenders. Well, good morning. Nice to have you. Repeat offenders. Crime is something we think about every single day.
Some of our bugs have been, well, real bugs. At the CIA, our scientists and engineers create and apply innovative technology to meet intelligence needs.
Care to join them? Technology so advanced, it's classified. U.S. citizenship required.
Repeat offenders. Repeat offenders. Repeat offenders. Crime is something we think about every single day. Repeat offenders. Repeat offenders. Crime is something we think about every single day. Repeat offenders. Crime is something we think about.
As a parent, my first thought was, is this cool or is this my next nightmare?
Repeat offenders.
So
You're witnessing the destruction of me by a fucking psychopath. He asked me to go and fucking find him today. I'm gonna fucking find him. Actually, right there. And we're fucking around the fucking house. He fucking asked me to! He's going down right fucking now, you cocksucker! Live on fucking YouTube, you piece of fucking shit! I told the police to! I'll punch you in the fucking head. You fucking dumb. Fuck you. Come here. 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 You just told me. Just fucking ask that you do. Fuck you, you stupid bitch. Just post on YouTube. Do this one. But you want to fucking go. I'm a person and pedophile. I've had it. I told the police it's gonna happen. I've had it. I've had it. You guys all know that I have tried. He's on YouTube calling me a pedo. And he told me to listen. He told me to go look for a break. He's been his break all day. I didn't want to take some money. I told him that he won't do it.
They don't cross the threshold. As soon as you get onto his property, that's when you do something wrong.
He told me going in this.
Well, hey, as soon as you cross the threshold.
Come here, you fucking chicken shit, piece of shit, fucking cunt. Come here! You're a fucking idiot, stupid retard. You believe this fucking guy? You're a fucking retard. Fuck you, cunt. You yell at me again, I'll knock you the fuck out. Keep her alone. Fuck you, come here. Mary. Come here.
Mary, calm down.
No, she attacked me too. Fuck you, you don't even know me, you fucking cunt. Go watch this fucking, watch the proof. Watch the proof. He just told me to again. Fuck you, cunt. You deserve to get knocked out too, you're a bitch. This is it. This is it for me. You tuck me in the bitch. Come near me this time. Yell at me and scream at me again. I dare you.
Every single day. Repeat offenders. Repeat offenders. Crime is something we think about every single day. Repeat offenders. Crime is something we think about. Crime is
As a parent, my first thought was, is this cool or is this my next nightmare?
Repeat offenders.
So he took me upstairs.
Repeat offenders.
And he showed me these things called Wookiees.
Repeat.
His head, strong.
Trump was building a reality TV show. My brother was building a security apparatus to keep us safe, and I'm proud of what he did.
Repeat offenders.
And he's had the gall to go after
World
my
Trade
mother.
Center came
He's
down
had the
during
gall to go
Brother's
after
reign.
my mother.
Remember that.
Hold on. Let me finish this. He's had the gall to go after my mother.
That's not keeping
Look, I
us
won
safe.
the lottery when I was born 63 years ago. Looked up and I saw my mom. My mom is the strongest woman I know.
She should
This
be
is
running.
I see the day when patients get the right therapy the first time. So then our power to do that now. There's recognition that by aggregating and sharing millions of patients' data, by using the supercomputing power of million billion calculators per second, we can understand why one therapy treatment works for one person and not another. South by Southwest has brought together some of the most creative minds in the world. Whether it's in entertainment, music, science, technology. You're the future. Many of you are developing technologies and innovations for purposes large and small, fun and serious, entertaining and life-saving. But you can make a gigantic impact. We need your ingenuity. I am unwilling to postpone for one day longer the things we can do now to extend people's lives, and so should you be. We can make enormous progress. Thank you all. Thank you for your time.
By the way, even 6, 8, 10 years ago was viewed kind of as a voodoo science out there.
It wasn't really an integral part of this fight. That makes cancer cells visible to the immune system so our natural defenses can destroy the cancer. Surgeons are using cutting-edge robotics to
Mr. President, you ready to move? Absolutely. Let's do this thing. Let's move.
what? Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Got a pen mark. Anybody have any white? Do you have any white stuff?
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
have a window that looks directly at the World Trade Center, and I saw this huge explosion. If you know anything about structure, it was one of the first buildings that was built from the outside. The steel, the reason the World Trade Center had such narrow windows, is that in between windows you had steel on the outside. So you had the steel on the outside of the building. Big, heavy I-beam. When I first looked at it, I couldn't believe it because there was a hole in the steel. And this is steel that was, you remember the width of the windows in the World Trade Center, folks. I think you know, if you were ever up there, they were quite narrow. And in between was this heavy steel. I said, how could a plane, even a 767 or 747 or whatever, how could it possibly go through this steel?
I was up in my office on the 82nd floor. I heard a noise like a sonic boom almost, and then a blast. The building swayed, shook a little bit. I saw papers coming fly out of the middle of the building. And we went all the way downstairs. And then when we were just about to come out of the building, there was another blast. All the lights went out, and this is what happened then. The glass came down? We were still inside the building. All we heard was a big blast, and the whole volume of air moved.
I happen to think that they had not only a plane, but they had bombs that exploded almost simultaneously, because I just can't imagine anything being able to go through that wall. Most buildings are built with the steel is on the inside around the elevator shaft. This one was built from the outside, which is the strongest structure you can have, and it was almost just like a can of soup.
He was in the lobby, and the third explosion, the whole lobby collapsed on us. The whole building just collapsed on us inside the lobby. Was that a secondary explosion? Yes, it was. That was it. Yeah, definitely a secondary explosion. We was inside waiting to go upstairs, and on the way upstairs, the whole fucking thing blew. We just collapsed and everybody inside the lobby. Similar to the first tower coming down, secondary. I don't know about the first one, but I know the second one was terrible. Then there was a third one too after that one.
People don't understand. There may be more. Any one of these fucking buildings could blow up. This ain't done yet.
Everybody was inside the elevator, waiting to go upstairs, and they just let loose. Everything just let loose inside the building.
So what you told me is that there was a plane or whatever hit the building, and then the secondary explosion.
There was like 3 explosions after that. We came in after the fire. We came when the fire was going on already. We was in the staging area inside the building, waiting to go upstairs. And then the whole lobby collapsed on the lobby inside.
It just seemed to me that to do that kind of destruction is even more than a big plane, because you're talking about taking out steel, the heaviest caliber steel that was used on a building. I mean, these buildings were rock solid, and it's just an amazing thing. This country is different today, and it's going to be different than it ever was for many years to come.
Very profound statement and very true.
It's a pretty tough situation.
Donald, you have one of the landmark buildings down in the financial district, 40 Wall Street. Did you have any damage or?
Well, it was an amazing phone call. Wall Street was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and actually before the World Trade Center was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
I protect America.
I support global intelligence.
I analyze mission-critical information.
I inform policymakers.
We are the CIA.
Remember that? I'm being serious. No, I'm asking you a question. Because before... No, wait a minute. The question is that accurate, to the best of your knowledge? What? I think they have an issue that people are likely to get hurt. Some, as we've seen, gotten killed, and that it is messy. The reason why, whether my friend will acknowledge it, who has reported it, The reason why there were no attacks on Americans, as you said, from the date until I came into office, was because the commitment was made by President Trump, I will be out by May 1st. In the meantime, you agree not to attack any Americans. That was the deal. That's why no American was attacked.
Basically, you clearly stand by your decision to pull out.
Yes, I do, because look at it this way, folks. And I have another meeting, for real.
The heart of America, without regard to race or religion.
Mr. President, I have a very important question for you. What does a former Mr. President do?
Well, Cammie, one of the things I do is talk to people about things that are important to them, about things that will make a difference in their lives.
Oh, yes? Well, I do that also. I like to talk to people about my school and my friends and my favorite things. And I also talk to them about HIV and AIDS.
Me too, Cammie. Talking and listening and helping people learn about HIV and AIDS are two of the things I do a lot.
Really? Well, I also like to talk about my feelings with my friends and family when I am feeling sad or scared.
And I like to talk to parents about how important it is to listen to their children and how to help to take care of each other.
Yes. And do you tell everybody that it is okay to hug someone who is HIV positive like me?
I sure do, Cammie.
It makes me very happy.
Give me a hug. Make a difference. Talk to your children about HIV and AIDS.
Only you can judge if your children are mature and intelligent enough to witness the frank and revealing scenes in this film.
Kamala, this one's for you.
As I speak, China is censoring research on COVID-19, making it harder for the rest of us to beat the virus.
Uncle Sam, you just turned 18, right? It's time to register at sss.gov. Excuse me? It only takes a minute, and it makes you eligible for student aid and millions of federal jobs. Plus, well, it's every man's responsibility.
Okay, I'll do it. sss.gov, right? Be the man. Register with the Selective Service System today at sss.gov.
United States president with great, beautiful, gigantic tits. Can you imagine such a thing? I know I can. Son, I feel for you.
tonight, my campaign team is bringing me an updated list of my supporters. I hope I'll see your name on the list. When we stand united as Americans, we're unstoppable. This is nothing like what we've done. There has never been a movement like this in the history of our country. Maybe in the history of the world, if you think about it. But certainly, there has never been, and even the pundits that don't particularly like this, they agree there's never been a movement like this in the history of our country. And we're making it happen. Nobody's ever done so much.
Did you do it yet?
I just turned 18 yesterday.
Just do it now before you forget.
Done.
What just happened?
Registered with Selective Service System.
Johnny!
Every guy does when they turn 18. It makes you eligible for college aid and millions of federal jobs.
You're a man!
Thanks, Mom.
Be the man. Register with the Selective Service System today at sss.gov.
These are the tactics of abusers. Or rather, these are the tactics that abusers use.
I wish I could be here more, but I really think Bill has everything under control.
So what's the winning song?
You'll see.
My money's on Smash Mouth.
Ready?
That's hilarious.
Abandon all hope. Better things are not possible.
Pablo, this one's for you.
anything in my life. I mean, if you read the book, you'll be like, transitioning from Disney to this was fucking easy. I don't know. Getting molested for fucking from your 6 to your 14 seems like way harder circumstances, or being physically abused all the time seems like a much more difficult situation than fucking have paparazzi following you since you were 12. I don't know. I was still being molested when paparazzi were still fucking following me. So it's pretty hard in my mind to think about these big flashlight photographs and everyone thinking they know me and talking about me, but having no idea the type of mistreatment that I was still dealing with at that time, that everyone around me saw and did nothing. So I don't know. You tell me what's so hard. Because that to me, way harder than any other of this other shit that I do on a daily basis.
How did you kill Jeffrey Epstein?
I saw you smiling. I saw you smiling.
My dad used to have an expression. He said the greatest sin any person can commit is abuse of, and the greatest of power was rape. It takes a woman a long time to heal. When the victim isn't believed,
I have been
when she goes
assassinated.
through the invasive process of having a rape kit put together, and then it's stuck on a shelf somewhere, and then the rape kit is never ever tested. We fail. We fail her. We fail so many women. I'm proud to say today we did not fail. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of law enforcement, the whole legal system, the victims' advocacy groups, and particularly my friend here, Lieutenant Olivia Benson of SVU. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Responders, how they're risking their lives without the equipment they need to help people. It makes me proud to be here. Proud. I really bet it really does.
Let's all get the vaccine. It's about community immunity. I'm talking unity for you and me. If Doc says it's good, then trust me, it's good. Now let's all get the vaccine. All right. Trust me, believe me, we're not gonna have another Tuskegee. This ain't eugenics. No way. Nobody getting away with hiding information today. Got the FDA, CDC, black doctors and experts for you and me.
This is the place. Hey, yo, this is my grandson, Mike. It's his 18th birthday.
Man.
Wow, one of the best years of my life.
Yeah, when I was 18, the ladies used to think I was fine.
Yeah, your grandma, maybe. Oh, come on, man. He's a smart guy, but I thought he could use a little advice today. Now that you're 18, you need to sign up with the Selective Service System.
Remember Jamie Thomas?
Yeah.
Heard he didn't register and was denied a job with TSA. That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, one other thing. Get yourself some better kicks.
Ugliest shoes I've ever seen.
Be the man. Register with the Selective Service System today at sss.gov.
And them socks.
I want to thank the Academy for this tremendous honor. This may be the greatest moment of my life. I mean, ever since I was a little boy, I wanted to be a real actor.
Sorry, it's not happening. So just leave me the fuck alone. Go do your thing.
you know, and there you go. Malibu's in the chat. This thing with Renee, the woman that had her kid taken away. I think that's a fucked up situation, but you ain't hearing nobody take the credit for that one.
Why don't you mind your own business, you old fuck?
Everybody wants to throw the blame on everybody else, but the same names and same players are in there. I think it's fucked up when you put yourself to take someone's child away from them. I think it's fucked up, especially when some of the people didn't even have kids again. That's my thought. Just saying, I don't wish to partake with them people.
Well, this is a great time to try. Mind your own fucking business. With Mind Your Own Fucking Business, you'll be able to grow the fuck up and act like a decent fucking human being. Our patented technology allows you to pull your head out of your ass and see the world beyond the brim of your MAGA hat.
Hi, honey. I saw some people at the Starbucks today.
Did you mind your own fucking business?
I sure fucking did.
But that's me. I don't think bad of them. I just don't want to be involved in the bullshit no more. I'm like you. I don't want to do this no more. That's what I did when I did tacos. I read what I seen in that thing. I know what I read. I took a copy of it. It was in the comments section. And Lisa Lake was going at her too. And Lisa, you don't even know shit. Shut the flip up, little one. Jesus. She's like a little birdie that just keeps fucking with you in your fucking gutter. You want to go take the fucking net down.
I don't know her.
I don't either. I don't. She just comes in and white nights for fucking Tamara. And but anyway.
Sorry guys, sorry the place, but PIG, person in government, is what a pig is. I'm not calling you like an oink. They call you pigs, so I have to talk in their vernacular.
Maricopa County Police allowed me to be in danger, and the guy that's spoken with the lawyer, he said it. He goes, they let this happen to you. They allowed it. And Maricopa County downgraded 23 plus false welfare, false calls to my address.
You weren't swatted.
Lying about me different domestic terrorism squad is facility is showing on Craigslist and said I'm an international terrorist. That's what I like to do. I mean, I don't wish harm on anyone. I would like to see you all have decent lives as decent as they can.
You was just running my job like a couple of weeks ago.
Because you did a video.
You was attacking my Molotov.
Okay, you say I eat babies, motherfucker. That's right. Don't you fucking talk shit on me.
I said probably.
Did you try to fuck with it?
I said Malibu and Jackson probably eat babies. Where was that?
That's you know, you blame.
I don't know. Malibu's in the car and with some fetuses too. I don't know. She was suspected and said
what did you just say from this? What did you say?
I said it's possible. It's possible to survey my fetuses from those Planned Parenthood.
It's possible that you're a projectionist and you do that on function. I think he actually is behind all of this. Where do you mixed up with the actually? He is, and I am not. So why are you pinning it on me? Because I don't know. Your name is Holocaust. If I've seen it before. Actually, small. What document was my name on?
I should be almost at the end of these texts. Yeah, and I'm looking at that. That never happened. Never happened to me. Prove it. You are a liar, Fretch. You're a liar. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it, bitch. Prove it. You gonna fabricate some shit? I got all the original text messages. So then, if you have a picture of me in the bathtub because it was sent to somebody, maybe he gave it to you. I told you, use this to say she sent it to you. It was sent to him. It was sent to somebody. Maybe he gave it to you. I told you, use this to say she sent it to you.
Any kind of back and forth. And so these people think that that applies to them, but it doesn't, and I'll tell you why. When it started and they swatted me.
You weren't swatted.
Which was not a false welfare check that they claimed. They were saying I was threatening domestic violence, which nothing of this sort was going on. And they tried to get me shot and killed by the police. After shaking, holding his holster with his right hand, I guarantee you that I could have been shot that day.
You weren't swatted.
And I showed my medical.
I told you, use this to say she sent it to you. People need to be doing videos addressing her subs and that they're complicit in what she's doing. If they have doubts about you and what you've done, even though you've shown evidence, what about the fact that she's bullying an elderly, 100% disabled woman that could kill herself? What about that? You ride on that, okay? You need to use what she's doing to me as what part of what your case is, okay? Okay? You need to use what she's doing to me as what part of what your case is, okay? Okay? I told you, use this to say she sent it to you.
How dare you people say that I was making it about me? Of course it was about you. Your name was on the ex parte.
They just spin narrative and projection. It's all.
The ones who project
After her, she's got a video up about me. I was going to debunk it.
You didn't do it because you can't do it. You can't debunk it.
No, I thought, that's what she wants.
And I have proved far beyond with the courts, with Children and Family Services, with the Sheriff's Department, everybody. You don't get it. You guys are trying to get me to lose my kids. Isn't that what happened to Renee? A bunch of fucknuts actually got on the internet and set her up and then had her child taken away. That's what you guys are trying to do, and it's not going to happen.
It was actually, what's interesting is the woman that's trying to help you, Miss Malibu here, is the one that helped set that up with Renee. Isn't this just coming together just so nicely?
But it wasn't sent to you by me, and I have proof because I have the phone with all of our conversations on it.
She wants attention. Why do you think she keeps doing this and running around talking about, oh, my name was an ex parte. I never saw anything. I have no idea.
Your name is all about me if I see you.
I did not testify, so whatever.
Secondary party, emergency ex parte. How dare you?
Talking about, oh, my name was an ex parte. I never saw anything. I have no idea. I did not testify, so whatever. He was able to use anything I said. It's hearsay. If he's just saying it without my statement, I don't really understand that.
How fucking dare you sit there and hide evidence while these bastards continue on me? And you know Tiffany is in with all these people. Now it is time. I don't fucking care about your RL anymore. My RL is in danger, and you know it. Now show the fucking evidence and stop being a passive-aggressive prick. I don't care if you like me or not. My life is in danger, and you do nothing. You're not a friend, and you've never been one. You're a fucking user, and you've used me the whole time. We're done. Is that good? Now release the fucking evidence, you goddamn prick. I'm fucking done with you two.
So what you have to understand what they do is they speed up my voice, they slow down my voice. They cut and paste the audio. They did it with Yaxie, and he should testify.
You need to use what she's doing to me as what part of what your case is, okay? Okay? Yeah, I'm working on something. I got a good idea going here. I'm gonna get a letter from that judge that heard testimony about what you fucking people do to me. And I'm gonna get that to the judge over here, to a judge over here. I'm resourceful. I'm gonna figure it out. You need to use what she's doing to me as what part of what your case is, okay? Use it. Use it. It's your gold.
It's hearsay.
And fucking Renee goes, you're not gonna do a fucking thing. You ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, I am. I just had to make sure those kids were safe before I report you. But you're definitely getting reported. Because you're a scandalous cunt and you've been hiding in socks attacking me the whole time. And I know that. And if I can get your ass in jail too, I will.
Sorry, I'm sorry. That was a slip. I'm sorry. It's like a slip in a so I'm gonna have to keep track of my slips.
But I am tactical about this. I am methodical, and I have a fucking goal here. And it's not just about me. It's not just about to come.
Yeah, I'm working on something. I got a good idea going here. I'm gonna get a letter from that judge that heard testimony about what you fucking people do to me. And I'm
the judge over here to a judge over here. I'm resourceful. I'm gonna figure it out.
And I don't think that's gonna look good for your case. Then he and his fucking girlfriend say that, oh, you know, it was going somewhere. I am a mentally ill woman that was being beat to fucking death by Renee and her friends. Gang stalk, gang fucking suicide troll. We know now. We know now.
You need to really think about this and being suicide trolled, because you're not.
I've done enough. Sorry, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't see this. All right, I'm calling you right now. See, that's what I do for a friend.
I was masturbating on that call in the hangout.
Don't do this to me. Please, not fair. Whatever.
He was able to use everything he said. It's hearsay. If he's just saying it without my statement, I don't really understand that.
Message is broadcast by the Department of Defense Republic at Eastern Time. Multiple unidentified objects were confirmed to have entered Earth's atmosphere. It is speculated that these objects are of extraterrestrial origin. The broadcast will quiet at this time for your safety. Continue to carry out the following instructions.
I told you, use this and say she sent it to you.
I will tell you the truth. When I saw your feet, I was already imagining a woman, and me, I imagined a good. I didn't know about the red hair though. That threw me for a curve.
You need to use what she's doing to me as what part of what your case is, okay? Okay? Yeah, I'm working on something. I got a good idea going here. I'm gonna get a letter from that judge that heard testimony about what you fuck people do. And I'm the judge over here to a judge over here. I'm resourceful. I'm gonna figure it out. Use it. It's your gold. Feeling funky fresh? Good. I got a shower too. Listen, taking a shower is a big fucking pain in the ass. I don't know whether you just mentioned one disability, you had cognition that you might have going on, which I have some of that too from not eating. But where I live, I have to put the litter box in the shower, and I don't have a bath, which when you have body pain, like a bath is usually a necessity. Like I've always had a bath, you know? So every time I want to shower, I have to drag everything out because the litter box is in the shower, so it's hidden. Do you catch me? Get my feel? Mm-hmm. Are you reading my mail?
Yeah.
So every fucking time that I want to bathe, it's a fucking ordeal. Wait, I just dropped something into it.
When your cat hasn't turned in the bath.
It's the best I can do. My gift is my song. This one's for you.
I told you, use this and say she sent it to you. I told
told you.
You're not going to get away with this. You are a criminal, gang-stalking, harasser, Lisa. Kick rocks, cunt. You're going to the yard.
I told you, use this and say she sent it to you. I told you, use this and say she sent it to you.
You weren't swatted.
Grab your popcorn.
Some sexualized cartoons, Mr. C. Oh, that's
Hey, you know, if they want to sexualize like cartoons and whack off them, I guess that's their choice.
Hey, check this out. How long did they leave that fucking fake suicide video up last night? That fucking video was up for fucking hours. Well, we put up a video of one fucking thing and they take us down within minutes. But they left that fake suicide video up there, which we all have a copy of. If anybody doesn't have it, I'll gladly send it to you. I have it.
Hey, Nancy doesn't look like a kid.
What's that?
The name does not fit that person. I thought Sassy was a girl, but it's not a girl. It's a big guy.
You think it's a joke?
All right. My, what a busy day I've had. And many of people getting a hold of me. Okay. I never thought I'd be somebody that wore a jacket when it's still warm outside, but I guess I'm turning into a true Southerner. Okay. How are y'all doing? Howdy. I'm going to try not to address too many things about the shit talkers.
I'm not a LARPer.
Except for one thing, I saw that Mike posted, I'm the one going back in time. No, it's them. They always do. It's the same victim stuff, a vicious cycle. It was just in December and then recently and whatever with the Angie's doxing video and whatever. But most definitely the December 22nd video, Mike said that's what he was going to be doing after the holidays. He was going to go in his files and go back and bring stuff up then. So anyways, the only one I have control over is me and in that situation, right? And they're going to do what they're going to do anyway. That brings me to a lot of the people that contacted me today. Let me go in here because some people I can't see and I forget. I don't know, maybe I'll just start a new channel. Oh, I have channels, but I don't have anybody blocked on. Let's see. Find y'all. I've got my screen pulled up. Was going to look at a few things, but I did want to bring that up. That a lot of people, well, at least 3 people contacted me today about Malibu, and confirmed that I watch and stuff, whatever. I get all that. Malibu and I are not friends. You know, like friends or whatever. So that's a big point of contention. And then I was told by one, all of her enemies are going to come after you now or whatever. Well, they already are and have been for some time, have some contention with me. for whatever reason, whether it's through Aaron or whoever. Oh, and by the way, I might have been giving Charlotte a hard for whatever reason, whether it's through Aaron or whoever. Oh, and by the way, I might have been giving Charlotte a hard time. I don't think Cyrene is Katie, but I don't know. But I went back looking at, organizing some older videos, and Cyrene's always there saying good things. But again, she changed her mind, whatever, I'm glad. And
yeah, it's definitely a puzzle of some sort.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish it, and the reason I'm doing this is because I don't know. I feel like playing with you for just a bit. You see, it'd be more entertaining and thrilling for me to play with her than it would that nasty sugar taco twat. No, seriously, Gomez.
Grab your popcorn.
I'm gonna listen. Listen, a lot of the times when I do this sort of thing, I put it on unlisted, first of all, and I check out the sounds. Cox, here's the thing. You, after all these years, shouldn't be as bad as you are. I mean, how many studios you got? Oh my God. You guys gotta check out this video. She's got some great pics of Monty.
Whoa.
Monty certainly has control C evolved, hasn't he? And you know what, Gomez? He never has a problem with his sound, with his audio. You're always looking for trouble, dude. I come in there the other day to tell you that your video we can hear loud and clear. You, we can't. So why don't you simply? So why don't you shut the fuck up and let us listen to the video instead? You know, and don't waste our time with all that hours, hundreds and hundreds of hours of fucking nasty beats that most of us can't tolerate. Dude, there's a reason you don't have a bigger following. Okay? So listen, speaking of which,
You think it's a joke?
I heard that you've got I don't know, something that you got something or big deal was offered you? Hey, do tell, dude. Because I don't recall if you said anything more about it. I just figured it was too hard. Mr. Jones, the thing is about AVC and I, again, he knows where I stand, only he's a little confused, you see, because he still has a bit of, well, to be quite frankly, he still needs a little bit of mansplaining too, and I'm really not the one to do it for him, because the last thing a man wants is a woman trying to mansplain a few things that a god darn should fucking know.
Robots.
You can't say he's young no more, okay? Because he ain't young no more, okay? Now, I don't know what his issues are outside his normal whining. Well, they're always picking on the cocks. Oh, they want a piece of the cocks. Oh, they want my cock.
You think it's a joke?
Gomez.
Whoa.
Gomez, fix your audio. The thing is, I keep subbing and unsubbing you because
no way, man.
You bore me to fucking tears. You truly do.
No way, man.
You don't have that much time this morning. Mr. Jones. So I need to get rid. Well, he doesn't need a wrench. I gave him a wrench one day because I wanted him to drop me some links.
No way, man.
Yeah, I wonder what he dropped. AVC.
I'm not a LARPer.
We should dance sometime when it's not just you. When it's not just you stepping on toes. Okay? I know one time we had a decent paneling up, you and I. And you know what? Why that happened? Because you actually shut up and let me speak. I'm telling you, I know that I get bad on talking over folks, and trust me, I hate it when that happens. But a lot of times it's my internet, it's a lagging, it's, my inexperience, and I suck at it, okay? I'm the first to admit. I'm still rather new to all this shit, and I still suck at it.
I'm gonna ban you, and I'm gonna put you in a jail cell. I'm not joking.
So, all seeing you. That's who I came out to play with today.
Well, hello there. I just want to talk a little bit about this whole thing between catchers, gossipers, tailgaters, supporters.
I'm not a LARPer.
Etc., etc. I'm not a catcher.
You think it's a joke?
Not in the sense that the predator catchers are catchers. And a guy named Ray was making some very important points.
Grab your popcorn.
In a stream, I think he did it this morning. About, and this guy, I think is called FM. Blue hat, reddish color, face mask. They're making some very important points.
You think it's a joke?
The seriousness of the work and the difference between what the catchers do and what the gossipers do, and some complaints about the takeover, or the emergence, rather, probably emergence is a better term, of this gossip network. And I want to address it from my point of view, from what I see my role as, because of what it has been.
No way, man.
I give out terms that people who know what they're doing can research. In the general chat gossip community, the shit stirrers like Detective Gomez and his 1,000 socks, he's a professional shit stirrer. And like I say, he truth blurts once in a while. That's just to throw people off a little bit. Because they say, well, wait a minute. We wouldn't have known this if he hadn't said that. So he must be a good guy. But in fact, when you've got somebody who's that dedicated, besides the amount of time he spends in the predator-catcher community, there are certain researchers in that in the predator-catcher community that are looking around, looking where these people come from, and looking at the amount of time they spend doing similar things in other places. And he's just one example, okay? He's there for the purpose of dividing up and destroying the predator-catcher community. He is a predator protector. And a perfect point are 2 points where he addressed me in the predator-catcher chats. The first time was when he started screaming about a completely off-topic controversy in which he is up to his eyeballs, which was some incident of terrorism against the ports. There is actually some port terrorism going on. It has nothing at all to do with predator catchers, but some of the predator catchers do live in port cities, and that's Gomez is he's actually was in the Coast Guard. He's a Coast Guard veteran who hates this country. Okay, now I'm not trying to attack him, I'm just describing him. You can see it for yourself. If you defend the concept of law and order, and the predator catchers, most of them want to put life back on a moral compass setting.
Robot.
Reset the moral compass to what it was back in the day, when a predator wouldn't dare try to do the things these guys do. You know, Gomez is there to break it up. He'll call him a statist. You're a statist. Okay, I'm a statist because I pointed out to Predator Catcher, he's also in the cop stalker auditing community. Okay, these are the people that will disrupt the catch on behalf of whoever the target of the catch is, without questioning whether or not the cops are there to do a good job, or whether or not the catchers are working with the cops, or whatever is going on. No, the guys that the cop stalkers do, they're there to disrupt the ability of police to arrest.
And that is one of Gomez's chief things. And he would claim, well, no, they're there to fight corruption. But then I pointed out that his buddy, he has a buddy in Houston. He'll claim he doesn't know who I'm talking about, but he knows darn well who I'm talking about. And it's nobody in the catcher community at all. But that person came down to Corpus Christi and was zooming his camera in and out on license plates of vehicles going on to the Naval Air Station, the military base. And I pointed out to Gomez, who was under one of his other sock names, I said, hey, where's the police corruption there? That's not the police station. That's the Naval Air Station. That's the military base. These people on, it's probably mostly civilian workers, maybe active duty military. You have no clue, but you're putting their license plates. Talk about doxing. This morning, Ray was, and I guess the guy's name is FM, blue hat, red mask guy. They were talking about the doxing issue, that these idiots in chats that like to dox people are treating everything as if it's a big, you know, a Lonely Hearts gossip community.
Because I think Aaron Cox, when he tricked me, was saying part of the truth. Whoa.
I told you people. I told you people. They're all connected. They all work together.
This is not a LARP show.
And I know people yelled at me for doxing, but this is where the shit stirring comes up. I got yelled at on one of the panels because I referred to Telly, and someone said, don't dox. Now, they must have been afraid that I know Telly's real name, which I don't, but I never said anything to Telly. He's another working as a predator protector. And what I'm trying to do is put out the patterns there. The individuals who illustrate the patterns, okay? As I said, Gomez brought up this completely off-topic subject in the chat of a predator-catching community in order to try and throw another topic into the mix. And I'm pointing out the tactic here, because after that, Gomez comes back as Sock It To Ya. That's one of his sock accounts. He's a sarcastic guy.
Grab your popcorn.
And he kept asking for me to go up on the panel. And I was in chat, and I said, why? Why do you want me up there?
So could you please just calm down and just watch the show and shut your mouth for now? Thank you.
And he said, well, just to see some yelling get started. And what he's all about. And people are going to say that's what I'm all about. But, you know, you've already got the destruction going on. And I'm just standing here helping you discover how much of the destruction is premeditated and well coordinated. Because your natural tendency is to attribute it to common human personalities, simple character flaws. The Coast Guard connection of Gomez is very important because he is part of a heavily coordinated, there are Army guys and other people in there, not real ones. There are disaffected ones, veterans who have turned against their country, and maybe they have good reasons. But instead of addressing whatever it was that went wrong in their career or in the situations they observed, instead they're trying to destroy American society, which is not the answer. Just like it's not the answer to police corruption. Police are corrupt, and sometimes the failure to arrest a predator is due to that corruption. Other times it might be due to police recognizing that they need some more material before they can make an effective arrest. They don't want...
I told him, I don't know what Skype is, Steve. I don't know how the thing works. I'm a social media retard.
To arrest someone who can't be prosecuted. If they know that the guy's going to get off because, you know, he didn't get his Miranda rights or whatever, they won't bother to arrest. But they've got the guy on their radar. They may arrest him later. We don't know. They may go after a network, if they discover that the guy's been connecting up with people, they may go after the network. But the way to address police corruption is to address police corruption, not to disrupt the relationship of honest cops with the community of honest civilians. And the way to deal with stuff in something like the predator catcher community, which is fulfilling an extremely important role, it's highly focused on individual predators. Others, people like myself, focus on networks. And the results are different. A successful predator catch results in arrest, prosecution, sentencing.
You guys out there, I already know. I ain't gonna name all these names. I know what you're doing. I know what's going on.
And are you trying to set me up with stuff still to this day? Trying to set me up with stuff. You guys are some of the sickest little bastards on this platform. I've had enough of them. Coming to me at your own will and for your own selfish reasons, bullshitting with me, saying whatever. You know, I'm done with it. They come join this, do that. I don't want to do anything anymore. I mean, your motives are just bad. It's like your skills on making stuff look like authentic is bad because everything is like all brushed and it just looks stupid. It looks bad, you know what I mean? It looks bad. You know, hey, listen, if anybody knows about moving violations, like I said before, it's him. It's this guy. He knows all about them. He's got them tacked up. He's got about 41 of them. Moving violations, guys. He's terrible. He's a bad guy. Hey, should we go? Oh, Walmart cards. I get that from you because that's what you say. You know? I'm not a state actor. I'm just a guy watching this shit. I'm watching the state actors act. That's what I'm doing. The comedians roll their footage.
I told you people.
With their movies and do their story time and their reading and rainbows and all that kind of stuff.
They all work together.
Bang, bang, bang. One guy down. Another one bites the dust. Looking into the networks is a lot more subtle. It's less but when it gets down to the wire, it's extremely rewarding. And we are watching it happen now. The bona fide, authentic predator catchers have been gaining a lot of skills in identifying, and now they're working on skills in cleaning out, purging themselves of the shit stirrers, gossipers, and predator protectors and predator infiltrators. Because face it, the predator catchers are sitting there with all kinds of resources that the real predators, the nastiest ones, really would love to get their hands on. And we just gotta make sure it doesn't happen. Denise Matteau, over and out.
Aaron, if you had any shame, you would just like shut your fucking mouth and never say anything. Aaron, if you had any shame, you would just like shut your fucking mouth and never say anything. Aaron.
As a CIA director, they continue to essentially function as the aggressive advocates for American business overseas, overthrowing governments and assassinating leaders that got in the way of the interests of these companies and of the strategic interests of the U.S. So many of the rather dark kind of sides of U.S. espionage that we're debating today in the wake of 9/11 and what the CIA did in the way of torture and extraordinary rendition, the kidnapping of people off the streets and removing them to so-called black sites where they were interrogated, or mass surveillance of citizens and foreign governments. Many of these techniques were not developed after 9/11, but actually were originated under Alice.
Shocking in many ways. Why did you write this book? Why did you choose to focus on Allen Dulles?
Well, I have a long-standing interest in the Kennedy brothers, John Kennedy and his brother Robert, who was his political ally and served as President Kennedy's Attorney General, and then later was Senator from New York, because I think the Kennedys represented in some ways the high watermark politically for the U.S. This was a dynamic team, these two brothers who were committed, I think, to taking America into the future in a very enlightened way, saw that America should not or could not dominate the rest of the world without there being major and unfortunate repercussions, thought that we should have civil rights at home and that labor unions and working people had rights, that the environment needed to be addressed, the environmental problems. But first and foremost, I think what the Kennedys were advancing was this notion that we needed to live in peace with our so-called enemies. And in President Kennedy's majestic and historic speech that he delivered at American University in June 1963, which has come to be known as the Peace Speech, he in fact said this, that we have to live with, of course, our great enemies at the time, and maybe still again are the Russians. And he said we had to learn to live with the Russians because this is a small planet, and we all breathe the same air, we all cherish our children's future, and we're all mortal. And I think this is a message that still is very relevant today. In any case, I think the Kennedys, by challenging what President Eisenhower had called the military-industrial complex, and these very powerful institutional forces of war and aggression that continue, I think, to drive American foreign policy, in challenging those forces, they put themselves at great danger. And of course, we know that both Kennedy brothers were ultimately assassinated. And so I had written an earlier book about the Kennedy brothers called Brothers, that it was a bestseller, like my current book. And I had left the reader hanging a little bit in that book. I followed Bobby Kennedy's path as he searched for the truth about the murder of his brother in Dallas in November 1963. And Bobby Kennedy never believed the official report, the Warren report, that Lee Harvey Oswald had acted alone and so on, was a lone gunman. And he believed that, in fact, there was a conspiracy, and it was a very powerful conspiracy connected to forces within the U.S. government itself. And so I wanted to complete Bobby's mission, in a sense, his investigative mission, and come to some understanding myself of who I thought was responsible for the murder of President Kennedy, following again along the path that Bobby had set out on before he himself was killed. And I came to believe that it was Allen Dulles who was at the center of the plot against President Kennedy. And so that's what motivated me to write this book. Obviously, it was an event that had an enormous impact on American history and world history, the assassination of JFK. And I wanted to get to the bottom of it. And so that's why I decided to write this book about Allen Dulles.
Maybe in a short way, if you can explain, how did he arrive in Washington and then further on to this, manage to get to the top of the CIA, and then how did he mold the CIA in his way of thinking?
Well, Allen Dulles was born to a very influential family. There were secretaries of state, there were major international lawyers, there were diplomats in the family, and so he was kind of born to power along with his older brother, John Foster. And so at a very young age, in fact, during World War I, they're playing a diplomatic role overseas during the presidency of Woodrow Wilson, and he continued that path, pursued, as I say, on Wall Street, where they ran the most powerful law firm called Sullivan and Cromwell. But they always had a foot in both that world, that very elite, powerful world of Wall Street and Washington. And in some ways, they were, I think, pioneers of American power. That would become more common later on, that kind of shuttle going back and forth between the world of finance and the world of Washington power. But the Dulles brothers really kind of symbolized that. So I think their ultimate goal, even when they were on Wall Street, was always playing a big role in the world of international diplomacy and espionage. And they realized those ultimate dreams when, as I say, they were picked by President Eisenhower because they were very influential Republicans who'd raised money for his campaign and in fact had helped persuade Eisenhower to run in the first place. And so when he picked John Foster Dulles as his Secretary of State and Allen Dulles as his Director of the CIA, it was their final triumph, because now essentially these two brothers ran America's foreign policy.
And then that gave them the base, that gave them the legitimacy, and that also offered them a vehicle to continue on and carry out their objectives in some ways.
Absolutely. It gave them enormous power. Eisenhower was not a particularly involved president in day-to-day machinery of power. He was older. He was not from the kind of elite world that the Dulles brothers were from. He didn't go to Ivy League schools. He was a soldier. And he tended to be in awe of men in the corporate world and financial world who did have this elite background. And so he kind of outsourced his presidency, really, when it came down to it, to the Dulles brothers, at least in the area of foreign policy. They would keep him informed, and he largely shared their aggressive conception of his role in the world. And so I believe when Allen decided that someone had to be assassinated, for instance, they discussed this in the White House. Dulles and Eisenhower both present at the meeting, where they discussed the assassination of the charismatic leader of the Congo, Patrice Lumumba, who then was indeed fell into enemy hands and was tortured and assassinated with the complicity of the CIA. So they did, basically, I think, dominate Eisenhower to the extent that Eisenhower finally, near the end of his presidency, realized that his chances to go down as a great peacemaker with the Russians, and Russia had become, after Stalin, more, I think, amenable to peace and to negotiation and diplomacy under Premier Khrushchev. But on the eve of the Geneva summit, a spy plane that was run by the CIA was shot down by the Soviet Union over Soviet territory. And this created an international incident and sabotaged Eisenhower's final chances for peace. And he blamed this, as he should have, on the CIA, because there's evidence that the CIA pushed and persuaded Eisenhower to continue these U-2 spy plane flights over the Soviet Union, telling him that they were safe, there was no way that Soviet missiles could reach them. And there's evidence, in fact, that Dulles intended that plane to be shot down at that point in order to sabotage any peace effort with the Soviet Union, because he and his brother, Foster, were committed to this idea that there could be no détente with the Soviet Union, that we had to maintain a kind of belligerent and vigilant stand against the Soviets and so on. So this was the kind of subversion of deceitful activity that the intelligence agencies are quite capable of, and we see this up to current times, of course.
He used to like to be called the Secretary of State for unfriendly countries.
Yeah, that's what Allen Dulles wanted. How did he like to be known? The Secretary of State, because his brother had gotten the more prestigious job, Secretary of State, but he said he was the Secretary of State for unfriendly countries, meaning they bring Allen in when the dirty work has to be done, or the wet work, as it's known in the CIA. Assassinations, coups, overthrows, that sort of thing.
Did that list of unfriendly countries include his own government as well?
Well, that's That's the million-dollar question that I try to answer in the book. Yes, ultimately, I think Alan Dulles did perceive the presidency of John F. Kennedy to be an enemy government. And in fact, when Kennedy forces him out at the end of his first year in office, Dulles does not go quietly into the night. He goes home to his place in Georgetown where he lived with his wife, and he continues to operate as if he's still running the CIA, even though he's been fired. His deputies, his top deputies, continue to pay him business calls and confer with him. The CIA director that Kennedy puts in Dulles' place, a guy named John McCone, is not an old boy, a spy from the CIA culture. He is an outsider. He's a Republican businessman from California. He's in over his head. I believe that it was Dulles and his deputies who continued to run the CIA through the rest of the Kennedy presidency. And they continued to subvert the Kennedy presidency in a number of ways, which I detail in the book, particularly when it came to Cuba, which was the flashpoint in international tensions in those years, but also in terms of policy with Russia, and even with allies, like in France and Italy, where I think for the first time in any book that I'm aware of, go in some detail into the way that the CIA during the Kennedy years tried to subvert politics in Italy and in France, even to the point of supporting a military coup against our ally, President Charles de Gaulle in France, which was a huge crisis early on in the Kennedy presidency, and during which Kennedy was forced to ambassador to Washington that he was not in control of his own CIA.
Unaccountable authority, is that how Dulles era and his high crimes have come to be realized?
Well, yeah, he felt that he and his group, because he was not just a maverick, he was not a lone wolf. He was accountable to a group of men, and they were, almost entirely men, but they weren't people who were elected. He did not feel himself accountable to America's, in other words, system of democratic governance, even to the president that he was serving. What he was accountable to was this very powerful world of corporate power, financial power, the men that he had long been representing on Wall Street, these major multinational companies, the Rockefellers, oil companies. He and his brother represented the oil industry for many years. Major companies that had huge power back in the day in Latin America, like United Fruit, which could, with the wave of one hand, overthrow governments there that they found inimical to their own interests. So those were the people that he felt accountable to. And of course, this is what many scholars like Peter Dale Scott and others, going back to C. Wright Mills, the great scholar of the Cold War period, sociologist, called the deep state, or the power elite, or the permanent government, or the secret government, as I call it in my book. These are the men who, no matter who happens to be in the White House, really are the true powers behind the throne.
I think he was one of those people who were had the views, as you pointed out in the book, that they thought of democracy as something that needed to be carefully managed by the right men.
Exactly.
And what people think of democracy, or what people put in Washington as their representative, is not something that matters to them.
That's right. They were willing to work with people, obviously, in high office if they were amenable to the agenda of these men. But by and large, there was very little oversight over Alan Dulles at the CIA. I write about how when it came time each year for him to get his budget approved at the CIA by Congress, he would just go up to Capitol Hill or have one of his minions go up to Capitol Hill and confer with one or two key senators, and they would just give him a blank check. And when he tried, he claims, to testify and to give more information to Congress, they would say, no, we don't want to know. We might talk in our sleep at night. In other words, reveal deep, dark secrets that they shouldn't. So this was the kind of blank check that Allen Dulles had throughout most of his reign in Washington.
Why was Congress willing to give so much of money without asking where the money is going?
Well, again, I think there was a hegemony of interest here at work within the world of American power. These senators and congressmen often were funded, financed, got campaign contributions from the same wealthy individuals and interests that the Dulles brothers represented. They shared the same worldview that America should play an expansionist, aggressive role in the world as multinational companies after World War II began to take more and more of their share of the world's resources in various countries around the world. And so these men, and again, 99% men, really were all birds of a feather when it came to their sort of views of America's role in the world. And there was a coincidence of ideology here and a philosophy, conflict between them when it came down to it. I think their ideas would often be worked out in these clubs, these organizations for the powerful, like the Council on Foreign Relations, which still exists, based in New York. And these are groups that bring together corporate executives, media people, top media people, diplomats, Wall Street bankers, government officials, academics. And they have their forums in those groups. They, get together over dinner. Some of the most momentous decisions, such as the coup that overthrew the progressive government of Guatemala early in the Eisenhower presidency, those were first worked out in these discussions within the Council on Foreign Relations, where the Dulles brothers played a very important role. So that's how power coheres. People always say, oh, you're just a conspiracy freak when you begin to discuss things like this, but that's, of course, what power likes to do. It likes to conspire behind closed doors. It likes to work out its policies behind closed doors without interference. And it's only now, in the day of WikiLeaks, that we see how common this is, that's what power does behind closed doors. And they share their secrets and they work out their ideas without the prying eyes of the American public. So there shouldn't be anything surprising about this. And of course, the power will do whatever it needs to do to defend its interests. And if that means getting rid of a problematic leader overseas or a problematic leader at home, they will not hesitate to do that.
You spend a great deal of time, and you explained it very well, Dulles' relationship with three presidents, Eisenhower, Truman, and Kennedy. Kind of give us how he kind of operated. Was he a manager of presidency? Was he a manager of presidents? And at many times he set the agenda, or he was largely unaccountable to any one of those and ran almost like a parallel government of his own?
Well, I've discussed how the Dulles brothers, and Allen in particular, ran circles around President Eisenhower. So let me talk for a bit about President Truman, who preceded Eisenhower. And it was President Truman, of course, who signed the legislation for creating the CIA. Now, President Truman was very leery of this new agency that he was creating. And in fact, he said his worst fear was that it would become some kind of American Gestapo, as he put it, Gestapo. In other words, a lethal organization that was enforcing its will through dark deeds and violence and so on. And what he really wanted it to be was simply a collator, a collector of intelligence that was flowing into the president's office from various sources. And he wanted the CIA to basically collect the best intelligence and simply pass it on to the president. But in fact, it did become something of an American Gestapo under Allen Dulles. So even there, you have the beginnings of this divergence between what the president wants and what the CIA director and the intelligence world wants. This continued, by the way, this kind of interesting tug of war between Truman and Dulles. Even after Truman was retired and living as an old, elderly man back in Missouri, his home state, when President Truman wrote a startling op-ed column for the Washington Post just weeks after President Kennedy was assassinated. This is in December now of 1963. And in this very oddly and provocatively timed op-ed piece in the Washington Post, former President Truman takes the CIA to task and says the CIA is out of control, and says it's doing things that not only undermine democracies and governments abroad, but our own democracy at home. Well, this was kind of a bombshell, particularly in the very fraught and tense climate of post-Kennedy assassination in Washington. And Dulles, it provokes a very, a tempest in the media, and people are debating this and discussing it, and the number of people are piling on and attacking the CIA. And there's a strange subtext. The feeling is Truman somehow suggesting that there might be some link between the CIA overreach and violence and the death of our own president. And so Dulles, who's retired himself but still has a very proprietary kind of attitude towards the CIA, feels that he has to do something about it. He can't just let it stand. So he tries to get everyone he knows who knows former President Truman to strong-arm him into retracting this column that he's written. And he's a very stubborn guy, and he refuses, of course. He stands by what he says about the CIA. And so Dulles does an extraordinary thing. He flies down to Independence, Missouri, where Truman lives, and he meets with him in person. And again, he's notoriously charming when he wants to be Alan Dulles, and also intimidating. And he tries to both charm and intimidate this elderly retired president into retracting the column. And of course, Truman sticks by his guns and will not back down. So then Dulles does the next best thing. He flies back to Washington. If he can't change reality, he changes the perception of reality, which is what, of course, spooks do. He writes, for the record, a letter to the general counsel of the CIA and says to him, I met with Harry, former President Truman, down in Missouri, and he admitted to me that he did not intend to really say what he said in the article for the Post, and presents him as if he was some kind of senile guy who didn't quite know what he was doing, and so he felt very regretful about it, which of course was a lie. That's not what Truman was. He wasn't senile. He wasn't regretful. But Dulles changes the reality in this record, in this letter rather, which then becomes part of the CIA record. And for years afterwards, scholars, including a lot of CIA-sponsored people, refer to this letter that Dulles wrote as if it's true, as if it's that reality, as if Truman did retract what his critical things that he wrote about the CIA. So this is, how someone like Alan Dulles manipulates political reality. And then I think we could talk for the rest of the day about what he did during the Kennedy presidency and afterwards. But as I say, I think there is strong and growing evidence today that the CIA, key figures within the CIA, particularly in the CIA assassination unit that Dulles had created to kill foreign leaders, were used and brought back to this country in November of 1963 to kill our own president. And then Alan Dulles was a key part of the cover-up because he conveniently got himself appointed by President Johnson to the Warren Commission, the official investigative body that looked into the assassination of President Kennedy and declared that it was the work of a lone, mentally imbalanced man.
So in his way of thinking, in Dulles' way of thinking, it's not the person who fires the bullet, but the person who pays to fire a bullet. That's
right. Well, that's the epigram that I lead the book with, of course, and it's from the famous Eric Ambler novel, Coffin for Demetrios, and one of the characters says that in the book. When you want to understand assassination, it's not who pulled the trigger, it's who paid for the bullet. And the Dulles is not himself, the kind of machine around Dulles were the ones who paid for the bullet, and I believe when it came to President Kennedy's death.
So there were, according to your research, in your opinion, there were a group of people involved, and Dulles was the mastermind in organizing all these things, and then one of these killers that were brought here probably worked with Oswald and carried out, or?
Well, the new information that I present in the book shows that two key figures, at least two of the key figures who have been long reported to be connected to the Kennedy assassination, going back to, say, the House Assassination Committee hearings and investigation in the 1970s, which did indeed find that President Kennedy had been killed as a result of a conspiracy, and people tend to forget that very important government investigation that was undertaken after the Warren Report. But in any case, that congressional investigation found that there were a couple key people, namely William Harvey, who was now deceased, but was appointed by Dulles to be head of the assassination operation run by the CIA against foreign leaders like Fidel Castro in Cuba. And what I show for the first time is William Harvey, who was a very, like Dulles, passionate political enemy of the Kennedys, felt that they were too soft on communism and so on, particularly when it came to Cuba and the Soviet Union, that he was based in Rome in the summer of 1963, where he was running the CIA station. And his deputy, I now report for the first time, a loyal CIA guy, veteran CIA named Mark Wyatt, told a European journalist near the end of his life, and told his grown children when he was retired, that he saw Harvey on a plane flying to Dallas from Rome in early November 1963, and he was startled to see him going to Texas. He had no reason to do that. And he asked his boss at the time, Harvey, why are you flying there? And he was vague and said something, I'm going to look around. Well, Mark Wyatt became convinced, based on a number of things that Harvey said to him and other evidence, that Harvey was indeed involved with the murder of President Kennedy. We know that Howard Hunt, another CIA agent who was involved in a lot of, the operations arm of the CIA that went around doing all the dirty work, that Howard Hunt, notorious, veteran of the Watergate scandal and so on, led the team of burglars that broke in at the Watergate while probably still working for the CIA. In any case, Howard Hunt, through evidence compiled by his own son, St. John Hunt, before his father died, admitted to being involved in a plot against the Kennedy assassination that did involve William Harvey. So people keep saying, the naysayers, the people who want to cling to this fairy tale that Lee Harvey Oswald did it all by himself. Well, someone wouldn't have talked if there had been a conspiracy. But people not only talked, they were shouting. And the media didn't want to hear whenever this kind of information came out. The media has been part of this vast cover-up of this monumental crime, because I think the media was very close to national security agencies, and to this day that remains the case when it comes to papers like the Washington Post or the New York Times. And particularly in Dulles' day, they were all on first-name basis. Dulles with the publishers, the editors, the top writers and columnists. It was all a very tight group. And so there was no real investigative will to look into these, I think, glaringly evident connections between the CIA and that circle around Dulles and the Kennedy assassination. I think Lee Harvey Oswald, just to complete what you asked me, was what he said he was. He screamed out to the press, he yelled out when he was in custody in the Dallas police station, I'm a patsy. And that, has become a legendary kind of quote. He was a patsy. I think what Lee Harvey Oswald was what his wife, Marina, who he brought back with him from Russia, said, that he tried to play with the big boys, Marina said, and he got burned. He was someone who was naive to a certain extent, a smart person, smarter than I think history has sort of realized. young guy who was probably dyslexic, didn't have much education, but nonetheless was very bright and was someone who wanted to be in the center of things, the center of history, and got himself, I think, sent to the Soviet Union playing some kind of intelligence role. I think he was part of a false defector program, and then he was brought back to the United States with shocking ease, someone who had defected at the height of the Cold War. He was not molested by U.S. authorities at all, had brought back here, in fact given money by the State Department so he and his wife and child could come back to America. I mean, it's all very suspicious. And then I think he was continuing to play some low-level intelligence role. The CIA, the FBI was clearly monitoring him, was in touch with him. We now know there's a great body of evidence to show that. And he was being moved here and there. And then he was used in some way in Dallas. And he became the fall guy, the scapegoat, the patsy. And I don't think he fired a shot that day. I think he was always set up to be the guy who was going to take the fall.
Fascinating. Dulles also has another connection, and that is also equally important. He, early in his career, did not want to be in London. He wanted to be in Switzerland. And he, in many ways, admired the efficiency of the Third Reich intelligence operations, and he was connected with the Nazis in a different way than what people would like to be connected with.
Yeah, so basically, again, this is a glaring example of Alan Dulles' defiance of U.S. authority, of presidential authority. He is a prominent, official in the U.S. espionage system by the time World War II breaks out. He gets himself, as you say, sent to Switzerland, not to London, where the OSS, which was the group preceding the CIA during World War II, the espionage group. The OSS is based primarily in London in those days, and of course Washington, but he wants to go to Switzerland. And I believe he wanted to go to Switzerland because he knew that Switzerland, which was about to be cut off from the outside world by the Nazis, would be a great place for him to continue his dealings, his subversive dealings, his secret dealings with the Nazis. He and his brother, Foster, from the time they were running their Wall Street law firm, had very close dealings with German companies and German officials. They helped rebuild Germany after World War I. There were a maze of interlocking kind of interests between Wall Street and the Dulles brothers and the growing Reich under Hitler. And so what he does in Switzerland during the war is, in defiance of President Roosevelt's order, which is that there should be no secret dealings with the Nazis at all. We're going to crush the Nazi regime and demand unconditional surrender. That was the official U.S. policy. But Dulles ignores that, and he proceeds to have numerous meetings with high-level representatives from the Hitler regime, even people from the office of Goering and Goebbels and other officials who are coming across the border to talk with Dulles and to see if there's a way they can cut a deal. Will release some of the Nazi regime. They also were, of course, this whole time the Nazis were using Swiss banks to launder their stolen money and assets, and this was being done with the complicity, or at least looking the other way, Dulles and some of his close cronies who were in fact running these Swiss banks. So it's a very, I think, slimy story that shows there was indeed this secret complicity between U.S. intelligence people like Dulles and the regime. Because their main goal, of course, was to head off the growing power of the Soviet Union. That's who the Dulles brothers always thought was the main enemy, not Hitler's, not Germany, but Stalin's Soviet Union.
And why did they believe that?
Well, because it was true ideologically that communism, of course, was antithetical to the kind of global capitalism that the Dulles brothers represented. So they they knew that American expansionism around the world would sooner or later come head-to-head with Stalin's own policies and his expansionism in Eastern Europe.
So in many ways, Dulles' legacy lives on in CIA even after almost 50 years.
Yes, it does, because, again, the sense that the kind of ruthless conception of American power that Dulles represented was alive and well. We saw during the Bush administration under Dick Cheney, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld and Vice President Cheney were cut from the same cloth as Allen Dulles. And in fact, I write in the book how a young congressman, Donald Rumsfeld, reached out to Allen Dulles in Washington and had him come speak to his group of young Republican congressmen, and was clearly, Dulles was clearly someone that Rumsfeld looked to as a model. So there's a sense with these men that in the defense of U.S. interests, which essentially are corporate interests, that there's nothing that should be off the table.
So they subscribe to the concept of a military-industrial complex that determines the direction in which the state foreign policy is conducted.
Yes, they see that the military-industrial complex, the war state, that the growth of this war state is definitely a corollary of these men's thinking. They believe that you need this massive war state to protect U.S. interests around the world and to impose U.S. will on other countries and other populations.
How does his family, his wife and children dealt with this dark past or dark secret? So were they aware of any of these things, or if they were not aware, were they made aware of these things later on? And are they handling this thing in a different way, or are they also having the same views?
Well, Dulles kept his family in the dark, and he was a very secretive man, and I think made his wife's life increasingly miserable. You can see from her diaries and letters that I read where she is a fairly naive, artistic young woman when he first marries her, a bright woman, but not politically sophisticated. She's more, as I say, someone with an artistic temperament. And she suffered a great deal, a lot of emotional anguish. I think she was a very sensitive woman. Her brother, who she was very close to, killed himself as a young man, as she carried around a great sense of guilt about that for a number of years. She put herself in therapy for much of her life and was increasingly attracted to Jungian therapy. And in fact, when she goes to Switzerland near the end of the war to be with her husband, she seeks out Carl Jung, the great Jung himself, in Switzerland, and becomes briefly his patient. But ironically, reminds her too much of her own husband, with the way he looked, even with somewhat similar kind of a dominating male personality, and so she ended up in therapy with a woman soon after that. But I write about this odd friendship between Clover Dulles and one of Dulles' mistresses, one of his many mistresses in his life, a woman named Mary Bancroft, who was living in Switzerland also during the war. And was kind of a thrill seeker, sort of a frustrated journalist, and became kind of a courier for him and something of an unofficial spy for him during the war. And she also was deeply into Jungian therapy and Carl Jung himself, and also was a patient of him. So there's this interesting sort of kind of trio there, triad. But both women were frustrated by the relationship with Dulles. To be charming on the surface, very manipulative, but very cold and empty, I think, at the core, and kept both women in the dark to a great extent. And by the end, Clover Dulles is writing to her children, saying things like, "Your father has never told me anything about his life, and I don't know this man," basically. And he's a cold and remote presence in all of their lives. I interviewed his daughter, who also became a Jungian therapist, and Joan said to me that he was a benign presence in the family house. He never yelled or hit the children or scolded them, but he just was remote. He was emotionally remote. He didn't really care one way or the other if he did well in school or not, or so on. And, you know, many people have been written about sort of in power, particularly men who have the power to take lives, like Alan Dulles did, are on the spectrum of psychopathology. And I think that Dulles was fairly advanced on that spectrum. I think he was a psychopath. I think he was someone who could coldly and without feeling watch people suffer and have order death and torture people without a moment's second thought. His own son, by the way, who came back, Alan Jr., came back from the Korean War where he was a hero. He was a Marine, and he was someone, I think, trying to impress his father through his heroism and took chances that he perhaps shouldn't have. And then when he was finally wounded, severely, that he was hit with a piece of shrapnel in his head, and that he was brain damaged for the rest of his life. But he was from a degree, and he brought his son back, and his son was trying to resume some kind of normal life. And at one point, Alan Dulles put his own son in the hands of these experimental CIA doctors who were doing very brutal experiments on people. And in this case, subjecting Alan Dulles to insulin overdose therapy, which resulted in great trauma and convulsions and so on. At one point, Alan begged his sister to get him out of the hospital in New York where this was being done to him, so they were being tortured. So this was, again, a father who can do that to his own son is kind of a remarkable specimen.
And only CIA has become more powerful and has more funding and is less and less accountable. And then in the last 50 years, that thing has only gotten bigger and bigger.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, Alan Dulles wouldn't even recognize today's national security or intelligence empire. It obviously exploded under 9/11, and it has now reached a kind of proportions that he could only dream about. So it's even more incumbent, I think, upon American people today to challenge this kind of secret power, and because I don't think it's compatible with democracy. And we see how our democracy has become a feeble and carnivalist, feeble and a carnival, really. Look at the current presidential race. It's pathetic. It's become sort of the laughing stock of the world. And this is what happens, I think, when you have the secret government becomes more and more powerful, where the real decisions are made, and the rest becomes an empty spectacle.
So much about the book. Please tell us a little bit more about the author. How did you end up writing books, and what brought you to this kind of topics? And have you been writing for a long time? How many books you have had? And give us a little bit more understanding of how you operate.
Well, sure. I came to writing books in kind of a delayed way, actually, because I've been a journalist my whole life, but I was a writer and an editor for magazines and newspapers. I started back in 1995 with the dawn of the web, one of the first online publications called Salon, and we became infamous or famous during the Clinton impeachment drama for doing our own investigations on the impeachment machinery that was trying to get rid of Bill Clinton, and Ken Starr, the special prosecutor, and so on, some of the conservative money behind that effort. And so we got caught up in that drama and became well known for that. And I ran Salon for 10 years and then was eager to actually go deeper into journalism than sort of the world of daily web journalism allows. So I was very happy when I got my first
Are you with somebody in particular?
Just me.
Watching you take pictures of our parking lot. What's this about?
Is that a problem?
Yeah, this is a police law enforcement parking lot. Yeah, it is a problem.
Oh. Who are you?
I'm Detective Mike Jardine.
Oh, yeah? What are you working on? What are you working on right now?
Several cases.
Okay.
What is this about?
Are you working on something right now?
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
All right, what are you working on? What are you working on?
It doesn't matter what I'm working on. I'm asking you, what are you doing here taking pictures?
Where have you been today? Have you been here all day? Or have you been out and about a little bit?
What is this about? Who are you?
I'm asking the questions. Where have you been today?
No,
have you been here?
I'm asking the questions. You're on this property. You're on this property, so you need to answer my questions.
Are you drunk? Why are you slurring your words today? So have you been here all day, or have you been out? Have you been to the bar today at all?
Who are you?
Have you been to the bar today?
Who are you?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator for who?
Investigative journalist. I investigate corrupt officials. So I'm wondering, where have you been today? Have you been here all day, or have you been out at the bar at all?
Working on a fraud case.
Okay. Okay. Have you been to the bar at all today?
No.
Okay. You got any drugs on you? Have you used any drugs today?
What a ridiculous question.
That's not a ridiculous question. Do you know where he's been today?
I don't keep tabs on him.
Okay.
Out and about.
Do you know what time his shift started?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Does he usually drink on the job, or no? Not that anybody knows of for sure. Have you guys ever breathalyzed him while he's been on the job? Would you submit to a breathalyzer for me right now?
You're ridiculous. You know that?
Hey.
You got about 5 minutes to get out of here right now.
Or what?
Or what? You're on
My property.
This isn't your
Yeah, it is.
property.
Shut the hell up. Get out of here now.
What'd you say?
I said shut up and get out
No,
of here.
you get out of here now.
Hey, you better get it. You better get your boy. Get your butt back in your office and do your job.
You shut up and get
You
out.
get your butt back in your office and do your job.
No. No.
You quit drinking on the job. You understand me? You punk ass. You get your ass back in there. You don't look back here again. I'll be watching you. You are now under investigation.
To be clear, it has not been proven that Detective Mike Jardine is or was drinking on the job.
So first we have to decide how we want to find out. So let's say in this case, I want to find out at a level of 7. Okay, so I find that level on my graph, and I come horizontally to my gradient line. Where it intersects with my gradient line, I'm going to come straight down to where it intersects with my fuck around line. Now there is going to tell me how much I have to fuck around to find out what I need to find out. See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out. So I hope this lesson is helpful. Thank you.
Fuck out, bringing up Renee's case again, trying to pin it on me. I'm not involved. I didn't do it. I had a fucking call. It's not against the law. I didn't break the law. I did not do anything wrong. I made a phone call because it suggested to me maybe we could perhaps get this person who was attacking me nonstop, tag teaming me for 9 months straight, trying to get me evicted from where I live. This is your friend Renee you're standing up with. Oh, can you give us your address so we can send flowers because we love you, says Renee and Kickstand. The next week, my landlord's 83 and 77 are being fucking doxxed on YouTube. You don't know fucking shit about what's gone on here. With fucking Renee, what I want to... That was not... I never had designs to do it with her fucking kids. Now, the other people involved, I can't speak for their intentions. I find some of them to be questionable, actually, what their intent was there. But can I prove it? No, I can't. So, if you can't prove it, you usually shouldn't say it. And definitely falsifying evidence is a big fucking no. You falsified screenshot where you know these fucking people. They're all lying about me. You got some FOIA report?
You weren't swatted. You weren't swatted. You weren't swatted.
What happened? Look, I don't give a fuck. And the game.
You weren't swatted. You weren't swatted.
I thought he was gonna kill me, so that's why I gave your number. Well, that makes me...
And so, my fellow human beings, we all directly and indirectly live in the shade, but not the shadow of Colossus. My sincere hope is that now we shall join hands and hearts across this great globe and pledge our time and our energies to the elimination of war, the elimination of famine, suffering, and ultimately to the manifestation of the millennium. This can be done. But first, there must be peace. Thank you.
Colossus works completely without human aid. We make no secret of where Colossus is located, nor do we intend to conceal our functions. You may rightfully say that this leaves us wide open to an attack, frontally or subversively, and if that attack were successful, it would in effect leave us defenseless. However, Colossus does have its own defense. It is its own defense. In case of an attack on any of its information supply or power lines, Colossus will switch in emergency circuits which will then take their appropriate action. It is self-sufficient, self-protecting, self-generating. It is impenetrable. In short, there's no way in, no human being can touch it.
Now there's one last point, one inevitable question, which we have been asked very frequently before. And that is Colossus capable of creative thought? Can it initiate new thought? I can tell you that the answer to that is no.
However, Colossus is a paragon of knowledge, and its knowledge can be expanded indefinitely. I hope, along with all the scientists who helped make this particular project, that the immense power of this computer will not only be used for the defense of this country, but hopefully also as an aid to the solution of the many problems that we face on this earth, and the many more problems that we will face the more deeply we penetrate into the universe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Michio Kaku, a physicist and a futurist. I use science to predict the future. In fact, in medicine, entertainment, and our way of life, everything is going to change explosively in the next 30 years. The future will be an exciting, fascinating new world, completely different from what it is now. It is a computer chip designed to emulate how the human brain thinks, which IBM successfully developed and revealed to the world. In the future, wearing a similar device, you might be able to access the unlimited knowledge of the internet directly into your brain. In the future, with a combination of robotic enhancements and genetic engineering, you might have a perfect body. There's room to debate precisely when this will happen, but such a world is coming.
No longer a type of science fiction or futurist's dream. Biotechnology, or the industry of transhumanism, is now being advertised to the public. The great rolling out has begun, and so soon, so abruptly it seems. Not as if the public is not ready for it. I mean, they have primed our minds and imaginations with images of this type of technology since the 50s. One could consider science fiction as the forerunner of modern transhumanism, as a fantasy concept for the real-world ambitions of futurists like H.G. Wells, Isaac Asimov, and Arthur C. Clarke. Science fiction has been more than fun and imaginative storytelling. It has been an open book resource for the blueprint of the technological future of humanity. In other words, science fiction, through mass media, has, for nearly 70 consecutive years, supplied us with the predictive programming of our future. Exaggerated at times and understated, of course, the foundational motives always seem to remain. We see these remaining motives in the merging of man and machine, or singularity, the rise of autonomous, self-aware technology, and the fruition of a global network community and world state under the control of a pluralist and multipolar oligarch. We have been force-fed these concepts as ideas of fiction for decades, mentally priming us to accept these concepts as common, and now are being introduced to them as adjuncts or appendixes to our new and evolving modern lives. The monostate cybertech culture is around the bend, and it is now that they are revealing this reality to the public. If science fiction and fantasy media production has primed the population mentally for singularity and transhumanism, how have we been primed physically? This brings us to the conditioning methods of futurist technology used to persuade a group to acquiescence and dependence. This conditioning is achieved through the culture of convenience. With technology as the mechanism that produces convenience, we can observe this in smart technology, which can clearly be perceived as the earliest version of merging technology and humankind. Cell phones, for instance, have produced a common practice of civilians keeping a technological device on their persons at all times, even next to them when they sleep. It is only a matter of time until that technology finds its way inside the body instead of resting directly outside of it. Smart tech, addictive slot machine social media, GPS tracking technology, the internet, and of course, video games. These things have not only become mandatory, but they have been priming society physically to interact with technology as a dependent and driving force in our everyday lives. Now that we are so accustomed to these tools and gadgets, even addicted and dependent on them for survival in the modern world, it would not be very hard to introduce much more advanced and even risky types of technology to us. Especially if these new forms of tech claim to offer even more convenience, more security, and more reliable service than the ones we already have. Some might call this the foot in the door technique, or systematic exposure at incremental levels so change occurs slowly and is nearly undetected. until the public can hardly recognize the world around them. Yes, they tell us that this technology is the natural evolution of humankind that will make life on planet Earth a breeze, efficient, and sustainable. Will save years of time you might have lost in the 20th century. Organize your life in a unit the size of a jelly bean with a jazzy mass organization digital life systems or smart technology. Give yourself a second brain or an extension of your intelligence with human enhancement technology. Healthcare and medical industry advancements that will help you live longer or run faster. Luxury products and distracting entertainment programming. Touchscreens and scanning systems at every corner. Cameras and recording devices at every turn. 24/7 advertisement constructing a false sense of reality and quality of life, while marketing the masses a cartoonish standard of living. The angst of needful things, until we eventually pursue things more than people. Choose feelings and stimuli over truth, meaning, and substance. Until we become more and more like the robotic machines we aim to replace tasks of everyday life with. Hollow-hearted. But all this sounds great overall, right? We are finally reaching that Jetsons level of futurism like the television always said we would. So what are our interests as common folk in this new biotech futurist fantasy society? Well, it's moreover innocent, actually. This all makes us feel progressive, like we are contributing to the betterment of society and the planet Earth. It also makes life better or easier for us all on an individual level. Plus, globally, it seems like we're making nature safer and more efficient, right? We're mainly interested in the general idea of making our experience here better, while attempting to maintain a stable environment to house and nurture our species. Nothing spectacular or grandiose. I'd say as a population, we are more pragmatic when it comes to tech. Plus, we have been conditioned to believe all change is good change. And not only is change being made, but we are part of it. We play an intrinsic role. Or do we? And what role do we, as average citizens, the laity, really play in this quagmire? This brings us to their interests in all of this, and namely Elon Musk, who seems to be, and oddly, the lone warrior that is spearheading all of this technological advancement with little to no restraint or recourse. So if Musk will single-handedly bring these advancements to our living rooms and dinner tables, do his interests match ours? According to Musk, his main objectives fall in 5 areas. First is sustainability and the management of the environment. Second is space exploration, not just finding life on other planets, but inhabiting other up with the needs and their experience at all? I would say an emphatic no. And why do they aim to accomplish these things? For discovery? Adventure even? Seriously, are the lives and hearts of an entire planet being put within a line of fire for a mere psychopath's, futurist's wet dream? Compare the ambitions of Musk and futurism to the pragmatic needs of society and the environment on Earth. Not only does this sound grandiose, it sounds a little nutty and straight out of the mouth of some mad scientist we grew up watching in movies and reading in comic books. Yeah, search for other planets to inhabit and destroy after we have destroyed the one we are already on. Now that's sustainability. God has provided everything we need on Earth. Could this imply a type of schism between the worldview of futurists like Musk and the true living God? Could this be uncovering the true motives of the alleged human progressive evolutionary movement? Motives that possibly do not best interest humanity or planet Earth in mind? Indeed. Moreover, this point suggests that possibly Musk and the futurists do not aim to improve Earth and humanity, but replace them. Think about it. Mass digital control grids that manage your entire being, that you are connected to biologically and have no control over regarding final decision making. No longer can you rely on your own thoughts, choices, or even abilities. All of this is given to the smart technology that will handle all of that for you. And still, many ignorant and conditioned citizens will find this arrangement attractive. But what about those of us that like things simple and prefer to keep things closer to the ground and enjoy our privacy and sovereignty? Well, first let's look at what these technologies really are for. Sustainability has nothing to do with fixing Earth, especially if Musk aims to permanently transfer humans to other planets. Earth is simply a dumpster for futurist projects. Moreover, their version of sustainability is a ruse to establish Agenda 2030. Things like social justice, environmental conservation, war on poverty. All of these movements have been Fabianist pocket methods of the elite systematically constructing the global state. The internet is key to the World Web global market apparatus that ties everything together. It brought us social media like Facebook, which built the digital global community, mimetic social engineering by use of meme culture, and a massive data mining library, and soon by way of 5G speed and blockchain technology, of course. The human genome research has all to do with eugenic transhumanism and the alchemic altering, augmenting, or perfecting of humanity. As if God made a mistake somewhere, or possibly a statement is being made that these futurist reanimators are working to achieve godhood and be as the gods. The creation becoming the creator. But most importantly, we see the entire system working under the brainpower of AI. Artificial intelligence is the final frontier to bring forth a global dominating force. A type of God computer, all-knowing, unlimited intelligence and omniscient, operating everywhere or omnipresent, creating, controlling, and monitoring, managing everything or omnipotent, connected to all facets of reality. A true society simulator system that will place technology as the absolute authority over humanity on planet Earth. The future of Source, a hive mind digital model of the collective conscience, a Gnostic heaven on Earth. Well, if it is all for us and our planet, do we have a say in any of this? Do they not call this a democracy? So very few, affecting so many billions. When do those billions under the knife get a chance to have a choice in the course of incision? Are we beginning to see through their rhetoric now? Is the wool slowly falling from over your eyes? Don't we play a huge role in this? Should we not have a say? Simply put, no, of course not. This brings us to the worldview that we discussed earlier. Musk and futurists as a whole do not only run the technological future of humanity, but they do not perceive an intrinsic value for humanity either. Atheistic and materialistic, shoot now and actions later processes, we see the whole human life obstacle and are not of the creator God, but fruitless bags of cells that are mere reactions of random chaos. Therefore, have no true meaning, purpose, or value to protect. This is the worldview of those behind this alleged human progressive movement. We are just useless eaters. We can hardly fend for ourselves. We can't get along. We are shooting and bombing each other everywhere, destroying the environment. Humans are violent, destructive, mentally ill, inconsistent, and undergoing constant states of crisis and social conflict. It's all over the news. How can you miss it? Society can't get along on its own. In fact, it will crumble if technology does not step in to save the day. Self-driving cars for you crazy road ragers running people over. Chip tech for you identity thieves and con artists. And smart tech for all you hopelessly stupid people. Machiavelli, Plato, they all had the same perspectives. The elite's minds have never changed, and neither has their hearts. But not only do we useless eaters not have a say in any of this, this high-level technology is not truly for us common folk. It is to be used to manage us. We could also ask, who made Elon Musk the unquestioned authority of the future of human technology? Who has given these people the keys to our fate? Are we to just be obedient and conform? Trust you, fallen man? When does the Most High God and my responsibility of obedience to Him and only Him through Christ come into the discussion? Is there a discussion at all? But before we can start actually asking questions and using our brains and figuring out the sinister nature of this movement, they must convince us we are involved and a positive part of the evolutionary process. They sprinkle us with the culture of convenience to get us to buy in or physically plug in, log on, sign up, etc. Next, they roll out their fear-based marketing strategy. This is the old join or die, either or fallacy, where they say, hey, if you don't make this technology, it will make itself. If we do not merge with this technology, it will surpass us and wipe us out completely. Therefore, our only option is to merge with technology through biotranshumanism.
Singularity is a future period which technological change will be so rapid and its impact so profound that every aspect of human life will be irreversibly transformed.
There won't be a clear distinction between humans and machines.
Our computers are not going to be these rectangular devices we put in our pocket. They're going to be inside our bodies and brains, and we're going to be a hybrid of biological and non-biological intelligence. If you go back 500 years, not much happened in a century. Now a lot happens in 6 months. It's on itself and it gets faster and faster. In about 40 years, the pace of change is going to be so astonishingly quick that you won't be able to follow it unless you enhance your own intelligence by merging with the intelligent technology we've created.
Today, our computers, phones, applications give us superhuman capability. So as the old maxim says, if you can't beat them, join them.
It's about a human-machine partnership. I mean, we already have phones for it's memory prosthesis, right? I don't have to remember your phone number anymore because it's on my phone. It's about machines augmenting our human abilities as opposed to like completely displacing them.
If you look at all the objects that have made the leap from analog to digital over the last 20 years, it's a lot. We're the last analog object in a digital universe. And the problem with that, of course, is that the data input-output is very limited. It's this, it's these.
Our eyes are pretty good. We're able to take in a lot of visual information. But our information output is very, very, very low. The reason this is important if we envision a scenario where AI is playing a more prominent role in societies, we want good ways to interact with this technology so that it ends up augmenting us.
I think it's incredibly important that AI not be other. It must be us. And I could be wrong about what I'm saying. I'm certainly open to ideas if anybody can suggest a path that's better. But I think we're really going to have to either merge with AI or be left behind.
I think that in 3 to 5 years, you will see a computer system that will be able to autonomously learn how to understand, how to build understanding. Not unlike the way the human mind works.
It all seems kind of harmless and benign, but we're making cognitive architectures that will fly farther and faster than us and carry a bigger payload, and they won't be warm and fuzzy.
I think that in 3 to 5 years, you will see a computer system that will be able to autonomously learn how to understand, how to build understanding.
It seems they tend to as well exaggerate the potential of this said technology, like robots being able to self-learn, reason like humans, even feel emotion and experience consciousness. Just as they lie to us about the abilities and achievements of space technology, they also lie to us about the abilities and achievements of AI technology. Humans may become more machine-like, but machines will never gain the essence of God-created life. Though these are gifts God has bestowed upon humans, and humans only, they aim to manipulate our understanding of this and pose that the machine will in fact become its own God and surpass the lowly human race, which speaks to their persuasive message of merging with machine. This way you will be enhanced and safe from the competition of machines because you now have all the advantages that the machine has. Sounds pretty easy, doesn't it? Nice and straightforward. No big deal. You guys make the technology, we let you alter our bodies and minds, and yeah, problem solved. Super future is here. We are now all gods. Let's celebrate. Not quite. This high-level tech will not be universal. Stratified caste societies will ensue due to hierarchical distribution. Citizens will not fully understand how the technology works either. We will be forced to operate on blind faith. We will not be controlling the function of that technology lodged in our bodies either, leaving users vulnerable to random or contrived malfunction, glitches, hacking, and the dreaded AI terrorist 2.0 rogue computer.
Pattern here is that AI might take a little while to wrap its tentacles around a new skill. But when it does, when it gets it, it is unstoppable.
DeepMind's AI has administrator-level access to Google's servers to optimize energy usage at the data centers. However, this could be an unintentional Trojan horse. DeepMind has to have complete control of the data centers, so with a little software update, that AI could take complete control of the whole Google system, which means they can do anything. They can look at all your data and do anything.
Freedom will become a completely new term. Very easily, through simple chips or other advanced forms of technology, citizens can become remote-controlled humanoids. No longer a sovereign, biological creation of God, but a controlled and monitored object within a massive database. Yes, they go over the moral issues and possibilities of the big bad rogue computer and the robot apocalypse, but with little purpose, more lip service than anything, because they harp on the idea that this movement of technology is inevitable, it's unstoppable, and there's nothing we can do about it. So, join or die.
We need to invest in this because this is today and this is tomorrow. This is what the world is going to be based on, technology. Ignoring that is just delaying the inevitable.
One of the fascinating aspects about AI in general is that no one really understands how it works.
No one really understands how it works. Even the people who create it don't really fully understand.
No, actually, it's not unstoppable. These futurists simply won't stop. Even if we as the people demanded it, they are just psychopaths and they need to convince us of their twisted plans, because our opinions and needs are not a real consideration. We, in a sense, have been backed into a corner, and they are now just literally shoving their ideas and programs down our throats with shiny spoons while whispering sweet nothings in our ears. So let's explain this either-or issue that is being used. Basically, there's the omission of options to this technology. One main option being, we as humans do not need to build this level of technology at all. One could say, anything beyond pragmatic conservationism, culture and trade reform, and practical communication technology is far more than what humanity actually needs. When we begin to dabble in what individuals or want or can imagine and fantasize, that's to delve into deep waters, where we put our best interests in the hands of God-hating maniac geniuses. Hence our technological state today. Who says we have to make this level of technology? Well, one big problem occurs here. It's too late. This technology has been in its production for hundreds of years. It has always been a key part of the magnum opus. There is truly no turning back now. Too much time, money, and concentrated, hell-bent efforts have gone into it. For decades, this level of technology has been the backbone of research and development within the hard and soft sciences. From Stanford Research Institute, who brought us the internet, and later social media and psychometric mining, to Rand Corporation, who single-handedly industrialized game theory, IBM's Watson, the future tech of DARPA, just to name a few. Even the partnership of Chinese and Japanese power tech development. There's Russia, Scandinavia. The world state is well on its way, and the totalitarian technology is the beating heart. Overall, whether it's the promotion of transgenderism, transhumanism, or hyper-conscious nature, this biotech and psychometric movement of Musk, his elite handlers, and his proselytes is based in New World state human psychological and biological modification. They have succeeded in convincing us that something very unnatural and even detrimental to humanity is of a progressive and natural evolution, when in fact, biotech and its agents is an isolated fringe science movement comprised of materialist psychopaths and closet Gnostics whom are funded by the Malthusian power elite of the oligarchies for the final stages of Agenda 2030 and the fruition of the new Babel cyber state.
So it said that by the year 2030, there'll be computers that can carry out the same number of functions as an actual human brain. So theoretically, you could download your thoughts and your memories into this computer
and live forever as a machine.
Here's one of the latest inventions to combine the wireless concept and miniaturization. It's what's called a wearable computer. A small computer similar to a PDA provides internet access and other applications. Those fashionable glasses contain a display screen, and the small device she's holding is a one-handed keyboard. But future digital devices won't necessarily be ones you wear. They may well be part of you, literally. Before long, you might be able to buy an ocular implant to improve your vision. How about a molar phone implant students at the Royal College of Art in London are working on. So maybe digital boys' toys help define who you are. But in the future, they just might be who you are.
You know, I think the thing that sets human beings apart from other creatures is a built-in dissatisfaction. There's an itch that we have that can't be scratched. Our efforts to scratch it have created civilization, which is essentially the practice of trying to adapt the environment to us rather than adapting ourselves to the environment.
Technology means power to us. It symbolizes potentially immortality. This is the fantasy that somehow we can transcend our horrible condition of being human through these shiny black boxes.
You become a god. You have the power to change reality. You have the power to create reality. When you look on the TV, and is anything you see real? Nobody knows anymore. With some of the digital imagery, with some of the retouching, some of the 3D animation, what you see, it isn't real. And with this technology, it lets me be a god, and it lets me create my reality.
While a lot of us patiently await the next version of the iPhone or smart technology, those that are behind this technology are at work on their real projects, like transhumanism, singularity, or extropy, posthumanism, whatever you choose to call it. The same groups that are behind the tech in your little mindless applications are the same behind bio, nano, and blockchain technology. Mainly groups like Stanford Research Institute.
SRI is a great place to come for people who have an interest in creating their own future, creating the future.
I'm very comfortable thinking about technologies that don't exist yet, developing them, and then even bringing them to market.
We have people with PhDs in chemistry, biology, mathematics, controls, people really from across the spectrum of academia. Working at SRI is sort of halfway between working at an academic institution and working in a commercial research institution.
Unique about SRI is that we can actually take bigger risks and look further into the future. So where other groups might be integrating existing technologies into new platforms, are actually working on those fundamental technologies themselves. And that way we can enable things that really weren't possible before.
SRI is a place that incubates companies regularly. We spin out several companies a year, and these companies take the ideas from SRI research projects and turn them into practical reality that can actually go to market.
Similar to how SRI snuck in advanced geo-mapping technology through silly and hypnotic applications like Pokemon Go. They are slipping you a cyber roofie comprised of biotechnology that merges you with your smartphone. From fingerprints to iris scans and facial recognition, all in your cute, sleek, and fancy iPhone. Just like the internet and its origins, though it's turned into many advantages on the consumer level, it was solely constructed for military use in concert with global networking goals for human, social, political, and biological singularity. But to ensure proper public reaction and acceptance, these high-level, highly advanced forms of elite technology are always rolled out in some sort of consumer-level capacity. Toned down, washed out, simplified yet pretty and convenient forms of commercial technological goods for the everyday person.
We like the idea of a controlled environment only because you can control whether there's pollution, you can control what's in the ocean, control what's on sand, beach. It's just a cleaner environment. They've had a lot of experience to change things.
We see this played out via this real drone usage militarily and the made-for-consumer rollout drone culture that has captivated the minds of many citizens today. Basically, we see the generational, covert production of technological weapons of mass control, hiding behind the guise of overt technological gadgets of mass convenience. Overall, the problem here is much less about technology in itself, but much more about those who are creating this technology. Who is setting the boundaries? And are there any? Who is funding this type of evolutionary development? And moreover, what is their motivation? Outside of the end world poverty rhetoric, of course. What is their worldview? And where do we, as simple consumers of statistical data, fit in all of this? If we have created technology that can visually transport you anywhere in the world instantly, control your entire life from your hand, or literally alter our genetic code from within a laboratory in less than 30 years, how and why is it that we have not come close to ending something as non-technological and simple as global hunger? Yet we've had hundreds of years to do so. This describes the true priorities of those placed in authority of technology and global affairs. Yet they will attempt to convince us that sustainability and equality is their goal, though essentially they aim to develop global dominance technology beneath the wool cloth of humanitarianism.
Science and technology is a sword. On one hand, if it's wielded by people who are concerned about other people, the sword could cut against ignorance, poverty, disease, and liberate humanity. Or, if it is wielded by the Pentagon and by the aerospace industries, then perhaps we will have weapons of incredible destructive power, like cruise missiles that have pattern recognition abilities that can recognize objects and drop bombs on them.
Technological history and the funding that has gone into it will reveal the true priorities of our modern-day scientific revolution. The best interests of humanity are not within those priorities. We cannot cure basic human needs like hunger or shelter, yet we can connect the globe via high-speed internet signals. We can get Hollywood films, BPA plastics, abortion doctors, and high fructose corn syrup in every corner of the earth. Are we getting the picture here? And no conspiracy theories needed. The proof is in the pudding. Their hyperactivity in certain areas and their inaction in many others speaks volumes enough. The humanist elite have very little concern with helping, developing, or saving humanity at all. It seems their only real concern is to control it. If anything, we are just in the way of progress. The important issue here is, this has always been the plan, far before these types of technology existed.
So in a sense, you have a sort of a type of omnipotence. I myself don't worry about whether this is blasphemous or we're trying to play God. We're simply trying to gain the control that we are able to over nature and over our own selves.
One of the issues here is turning the body into a controlled environment. And of course, the ethical questions become massive. I mean, if we can control the body, does it necessarily mean that we should? In a way, it becomes a moot point. If we can, we will. But where does that stop?
The mind is changing. Through computers, they're artificial. The mind itself is expanding. Like through virtual reality, through other projects, you are experiencing new experiences. It's not drugs. It's at all. Just ingenious. Right. And people like us understand that. And we're like so far beyond. We try to expand other people. Right.
We are in an era in which the natural world is threatened by human activities. We can't drink from our rivers. The air is polluted. The food chain is suffering. At the same time, we can retreat into a synthetic world in which we have artificial trees and artificial skies and artificial animals. I think the day might come when some of those worst science fiction fantasies, electricity goes off and you discover you're not living in paradise, you're living in hell. Is this a natural thing? Well, not much about our society is natural anymore.
The Venetians are very good at psychological warfare as well. That if you read Friedrich Schiller's Ghosts here, you can see that what you do is you pretend to be people's friends. You find out what they want, what their weakness is, and you give it to them. If they want money, you give them money. If they want sex, you arrange for that. If they want drugs, you arrange for that. Whatever it is they want, their weakness is, you feed them. And then you tell them, okay, I'm doing all this for you and I just need these little favors. And you corrupt them. And you corrupt them, you can control them. And of course, you know what they're doing, so you can always blackmail them if they get out of line. But basically what controls them is the knowledge that if they don't go along with you, then they lose out on all these things they like. You know, if they play ball with you, then they become rich, they become famous, they have all of their desires sated, they get everything that they want, but in a mental state which is increasingly depraved and subject to manipulation. And that's also the Venetian method, that you win by corruption. And that the thing the empire fears most of all is an honest man who isn't because they want those things.
We can see the dynamics. The system has increased its level of Satanism generation to generation. More kink, more drugs, more violence, and identity confusion, sure. But I guess now the question would be, where do they get all these ideas and techniques from? How do they know so much about how we function, what makes us tick, and how to navigate these things down the path of their preconceived destruction of God's creation? It must have started somewhere. Well, though these ideas go all the way back to the garden and the tree of knowledge, we also see remnants in the Tower of Babel and efforts of Nimrod, in Plato, Nero, Machiavelli, Blavatsky, Bailey, and numerous others. These ideas are old, but where were they put together in a modern format? When was the American blueprint to these ideas organized? Where? And by whom? The American formation of a cornerstone mind control program started with the concept of cybernetics. In 1941, at one specific group of private meetings in New York, the Macy Conferences. So what's the story with the Macy Foundation? We could begin with its fortune in oil and the shipping industry, then its Standard Oil buyout of the Rockefeller family. The Macy Foundation became a Rockefeller-financed Office of Strategic Services and CIA Mind Control Research Fund front organization. With the financing of this foundation, the birth of cybernetics and the future of all Project MKUltra programs became a reality. By gathering the most prolific and influential minds of hard sciences or physical sciences and soft sciences or social sciences, the monostate culture evolution through biotech and social engineering was now appearing not only possible, but guaranteed in less time needed than expected. The Josiah Macy Jr. family would be carried financially through the CIA to produce development, reproductive biology, family planning, or eugenics. This is the think tank that programs like Planned Parenthood and No Child Left Behind came from. The Macy Foundation also focused on grant making, medical research institutes, and professional education, for building the social engineering and biological warfare spheres that comprise the elite matrix. To this very day, the Macy Foundation continues to thrive within the medical and technical development of society. The Macy conferences of the early 40s to the mid-50s formulated methods and models that have been implemented into all aspects of society: academia, military, medical, media and entertainment, politics, and scientific research and development of every ilk. From cybernetics came the blueprint for transhumanism, the internet, mass psychology and mind control, predictive programming in media, false flag operations, color revolutions. The Macy conferences were a post-World War II mind control project, the coming together of and social through the development of cybernetics, the beginning of the internet, and implications for the future of new systems of societal manipulation towards a controlled monostate. Though the foundation was CIA and Rockefeller funded, it is important to know it is solely a branch of the Tavistock Institute and SRI, the soft and hard scientific backbone of social engineering. Through research, we figured out that many MKUltra programs came directly from the studies done at the Macy conferences. And at the helm of MK programming, we find extensive work of British intelligence agent and scientist Gregory Bateson, one of the most influential members of the Macy conferences. The only names that can close to matching his influences possibly Kurt Lewin and Bateson's mentor Aldous Huxley. Bateson contributed much to the success of MKUltra by his drug and patients experimentation at the Menlo Park Veterans Hospital, where another key figure in the project and promotion of LSD through his acid testing gang, the Merry Pranksters, Ken Kesey, was a test subject and a volunteer for the MKUltra projects. He is also the author of the covert MKUltra novel, Over the Cuckoo. Though many universities were utilized in the development of MKUltra and cybernetics, the core schools were UC Berkeley, Stanford, and Harvard. The University of Santa Cruz was also another key institute. In fact, Gary Bateson was a professor there. Along with the director of research at Menlo Park, he also founded the Mind Control and Behavior Modification Lab in Palo Alto called the Mental Research Institute, or MRI. Here, he ran clandestine MKUltra experiments with LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, and DMT. He gained funding through the CIA under the guise of schizophrenia studies in the family and parent-child dynamic research. These exact studies, in congruence with those of the Frankfurt School, were used to pinpoint specific features of dysfunction in the family and behavior, which would be promoted through drugs and media to produce similar effects within the society. This is why today we see drugs and alcohol or mood-enhancing substances so accepted, advertised, and second nature within our media sources. To go further, Bateson is also the root source of NLP, or Neuro-Linguistic Programming, another conditioning method of MKUltra, started by Bandler and Grinder, who are both students of Bateson. MLP can be viewed as the stepchild of the MKUltra human cybernetics programs, which come directly from the experiments held by Gregory Bateson. With the guidance of Aldous Huxley, funding and clearance of the CIA director Alan Dulles, it was made possible to create the drugged-up, technocratic smartphone monoculture we have today. Let's do a quick summary. After World War II came the merging of technology and behavior, or cybernetics, through the Macy Conferences of New York. With the help of IBM, Henrik Hilmer's MKUltra projects of Germany, Project Paperclip, which brought those programs to US soil, and the creation of the television, along with the OSS broadcasting stations like NBC, ABC, and CBS. From this point forward, the late 50s, the elite had fully developed their arsenal to produce a true monostate. Though they weren't finished, they needed a connective form of technology to foment a type of web that could simultaneously monitor, distract, and mold the society. Through the research and development of groups like SRI, who created the internet and actually designed Walt Disney's Disneyland, NASA, and corporate, the personal computer was created and promoted through a cybernetic, developed, and drug-influenced counterculture, which was formed by drugs, of course, celebritism, and music, along with social propaganda to solidify an ideology and generation of people. A parallel example of this is our modern rave culture or music festivals. They come directly out of the same terms like create festivals, Woodstock, for instance. So basically, yes, the computer, Silicon Valley, and the internet came directly out of the hippie movement, along with the military, LSD, rebellion, and hatred for the status quo. In other words, the personal computer in Silicon Valley in general was kind of a rebellious act created by the counterculture. If they only knew those behind the status quo were also behind the development of the counterculture, the internet, and the computer technology in general. Just a big cultural experiment in mind control which sparked a world-changing industry, all from cybernetics, and originating in the Macy conferences. Also were the WHO conferences, or World Health Organization, along with the Ratio Club. Both were cybernetic organizations that held similar conferences as the Macy's. So I wonder why we don't learn about these conferences in school, cybernetics in our science courses, or Gregory Bateson in social studies. We might read Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, Easy's Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, yet never once do our teachers mention MKUltra or the role that these authors played in the programs. We never hear about Tavistock or names like Harold Amundsen, the U.S. psychiatrist who in 1953 proposed to the CIA a study investigating the possible military application of LSD, which pretty much kicked the whole project off from the very beginning. Funded and structured through the Macy Foundation. See, these are pieces of history that we mustn't ever know. Otherwise, we would wake up, stop buying their garbage, and playing their stupid games and programs, participating in their events and festivals. Instead, use their technology for finding truth, for deprogramming and figuring out what this wicked place is really about and has been since the very beginning.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the conscious culture events of the 1960s.
Whether you are a Christian, atheist, agnostic, secular humanist, naturalist, or of an Eastern faith or philosophy, you are well aware of the impetuous nature of technology and the evolution of society today. The speed of this evolution increases by the season. We find the sensory overload of media tragedy and woe, mass psychological operations in the form of domestic terrorism, similar to this recent alleged church massacre shooting. Global propaganda and rumors of war. Technologies, gadgets, and widgets, brain-frying entertainment and high time. And of course, culture's controversies and political debates, fogging the minds of the nation, rendering them powerless and dependent. Fractured into feudal platoons, wandering zealous bundles of flesh, holding parasitic egos. The layman majority. Confused and painfully ignorant. Abused, possessed, and unjustly manipulated. This is the society democracy requires to successfully take its shape in such short periods of time. The human experience is rapidly being transformed faster than we can recognize its mutation. The merging of man and machine. The robotization of human beings. All the while, and at the same time, the humanization of robots. Moving us closer to singularity. From both opposing ends, whether you are on the side of manufacturing nearly human robots or on the side of Elon Musk and producing nearly computer-like human beings. You are still stuck within the grips of a Hegelian dialectic, and on a single path to a godless, depraved, and inhumane state of singularity. A state crafted and fit for the elite ranks and designed prisons for the rest of society. Bringing us to a harmonious medium, a meeting place that will eventually remove the distinctive lines between technology and mankind. The centralization of energy and human resources. The oneness proclaimed by the New Age theory monism, or as the Gnostic would posit, to return to source. The world market. The global grid of smart cities that will house the global citizenry. And it is no revelation to mention that we are politically already under a global governed body, demonstrated through elitist organizations like the UN, NATO, NAFTA, the Trilateral Commission, and countless NGOs or non-governmental organizations that have threaded the world together under a centralized power behind the guise of fighting global hunger, poverty, conservation, and climate change, formerly global warming. Similar to how they have bolstered the prison industrial complex behind the guise of fighting the war on drugs or the war on gangs. We see how successful that was. Or how they bolstered the military industrial complex behind the guise of fighting the war on terror. Same structure, same set of programs, and same rhetorical language with the same objective goals. The multipolar New World Order of oligarchic power that extends as far back as the Republic of Venice to the caves of Canaan has been structuring the technocratic world order through many operations, though it's been environmentalism primarily, utilizing the manipulation of Earth's resources and to justify its domination and seizure, while blaming its failures and destruction on the human population that inhabits it. Therefore, preparing the perfect climate and excuse for depopulation techniques like eugenics. A perfect climate for forced austerity in the form of police state control tactics and strict uniform regulation, all in the name of sustainability, conservation, and equality. This elite state dominance perspective is found in Plato's The Republic, but also detailed in The Prince and Art of War by Machiavelli, who clearly describes how the masses are too foolish and useless to be allowed to function independently and left to their own devices. Possibly they would become reckless and irresponsibly destroy the earth. Therefore, it is just and required that they be actively deceived and molded into a proper order that would fit the motives of those in power. Free-willed, independent, and righteous humans would only foil such a goal. Better, they would perform as roadblocks to manifest destiny, impediments to quote-unquote progress. Moreover, humankind would forestall the divine right and ultimate goal of the great work, the construction of New Babylon, the perfection of mankind, to the achievement of godhood and the return to or forcing of the Edenic state. The utopian Tower of Babel on Earth, a modern-day immortal and technological Garden of Eden, defined, directed, and ruled by the elite. It is clear by the assessment of these truths that humans must be held responsible for all the woes of the world, and those of the elite groups must be held higher as the experts, the law enforcers, resource controllers, kings and gods of the earth, and the only ones fit to justly make the decisions that would shape the future. Some say the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing you he does not exist. Yet further, he and his minions have convinced humanity that it is our fault for the destruction of the earth, society, and its inhabitants. Yet man is inherently flawed, innately victim to his own flesh, desires, and ego. Even so, humanity is still accountable for its actions. The question is, who is the guiding light of humanity? Whom do we serve? Possibly this could be the answer to where we have been led, why, and how. To make a simple assessment of this question, we can recognize that the majority of people today serve themselves and live a life in the pursuit of self and gratification of hedonistic desire. This is expected, praised, promoted, and advertised as a worldview in popular culture and mainstream media. Atheistic, agnostic, humanistic, secular, and populist, they all serve their own desires and frame their moral code around their own subjective perception. Unless, of course, they claim to believe in an objective morality, which they would have to borrow from the Christian worldview, since it is the only source of origin for an objective moral code and morality in itself. By the law of logic, secular humanism, paganism, scientism, and materialism have no source for the position of morality. So we see the emotive and illogical, politically correct, inclusive, representation, and tolerant clouded society of 2017. Here we find the common and ubiquitous trend of the postmodern moral relativity point of view. Everything is okay. No one is wrong. It's wrong to claim you are right or know anything for sure at all. Basically, there is no absolute truth in the modern world. Self and is the height of human existence, and technology and consumption outweighs logic, reason, and integrity. By default, this worldview in large mass of society is controlled by the state, since the self-authority relies on the flawed human capacity for good to be the moral principle, which is manipulated by the state via media, entertainment, and secular epistemology. Therefore, it is automatically defined and controlled by that which sets the parameters of what is good, acceptable, and normal, or normalcy, which is the state. A postmodern, technocratic, and satanic state controlled by tyrants. This is the same type of population fit for manipulation that Plato, Machiavelli, Huxley, Russell, and many others specifically spoke of for hundreds of years. And this is the majority of our world today. Hence our swift and brisk devolution into the postmodern second dark age technocratic proto-police state we are experiencing currently. It is not humanity's fault we are in the mess we are in per se, because we are all inherently corrupted by our flesh and innate susceptibility to sin. But moreover, it is our inherent need of a redeemer, a lawgiver, and it is our denial of an objective moral authority and indoctrinated rejection of our responsibility and obedience to an authority of objective truth and order. The only thing that can safeguard a population against corruption and domination. And this creator God of order and redemption can only be found in the Christian worldview. Hence the only way and only truth, since there can logically only be one truth. We find today the utter destruction of the Christian worldview, ordained natural order and moral fabric prepared by the Father and administered through the Son and prophets. The Christian worldview is heavily under attack as a fabricated media craft psyop war take place on screens and across publication headlines, and an organic and pathological war takes place within the lives, hearts, and spirits of millions via cultural indoctrination and social engineering. Next, we must look at how it is sold to the cattle society of cyberpunks and existential hyperbole. How they sneak this silent death camp future under our noses. First, it begins with this turning the agenda into an idea, a fantasy, an existence of wonder and utopia. So they sell you the technocracy as an Edenic utopia, peace on earth, world peace on a bumper sticker, hippie communes and all is love monism, dirty long hair on men, hairy armpits on women, free sex, free drugs, and expensive rent. They sell it to you through acceptance, convenience, Mother Nature, and the deception of ecological and economic organizations. Here we find the deception of the green movement and environmentalism, the cult of ecology, the fallacies of a socialist economy. They sell it to us with the newspeak buzz terms like sustainability, persuasive concepts like shared resources, plenty for everyone, and equal distribution, and of course, freedom from need. one can't help but smell the stench of Brave New World in these ideals. And to a modern generation of lawless hedonists and privileged suburbanites, pampered welfare state snowflakes, and emotional basket cases, and free stuff like a pretty deal. Stands that just because something is labeled free does not mean that it comes without a cost. And what is its price? Your identity, your spirit, and moreover, your freedom as a sovereign creation of God, sold for cheap. Millions of lives thrown away for shekels and orgasms. They sell it to us through the false ideal of a humanist utopia. So what is the reality of this utopia? How has it really played out in the 20th and 21st centuries? What does it entail? And what does it require of us? Let's take a look. First, in order to have true global sustainability, shared resources, and freedom of need, there is a required distributor, manager, giver to rule over the globe. This is where the global government steps in, the elite state. Next, and as controller of resources and manager of industry, they must control the food and its distribution. Here, we will find the strict regulation of food, deliberate shortages in certain areas to stabilize food equality, and additives in others, or poisons and GMOs and chemicals in the food supply to neutralize the population percentage in order to achieve the key word, sustainability. This is called population control, which is a requirement of this so-called utopian sustainable society. Population must be controlled to counterbalance the development of nature and organic human production that God has presented. Yes, this utopia must work directly against nature and the order of God to succeed. It must therefore attempt to usurp God and become God. We see this happening through scientism, abortion, sexual reassignment, vaccination, biotechnology, and genetic engineering. The production of sustenance of mankind will be throttled and manipulated by the elite state to maintain an equilibrium. Because it is all about equality, right? As well, the state must address the problem of culture, which must also be controlled to hinder dissent and social revolution, and of course, the big bad threat of holiness and Christian obedience. Therefore, culture must be controlled, created unnaturally through programming and psychological conditioning techniques, like operant conditioning of B.F. Skinner, for instance, demonstrated by the Skinner box experiments. Then there's behaviorism of John B. Watson, demonstrated in the famous Little Albert experiments. For example, we see this type of conditioning adopted directly by the news media to induce target emotions based on reactions to conditional stimuli. Some call this trauma-based mind control. Many conditioning techniques are used to manage public perception, to create culture, to formulate revolutions, man armies, and sell fashion products. From classical conditioning techniques of Ivan Pavlov and humanism of CIA psychologist Carl Rogers, and weaponized anthropology studies of CIA scientist Gregory Bateson, and Margaret Mead, Margaret Sanger, the list goes on. They all play a fundamental role in the evolution of the 20th and 21st century mind. Psychology, from its inception, has always been explored not only to examine the soul. Post Wilhelm Wundt, it has been solely explored to achieve utter control of human behavior. The list is long, easy to document, and is blatantly displayed throughout pop culture and society at large. In this pluralist, postmodernist, technocratic, and sustainable society of the future, culture, communities, and society must and will be controlled in order to sustain equality. Predictive measures must be upheld. Therefore, a controlled and subject society must be monitored intensely, and nothing can be left to chance, to choice, or truth. Though this control is not done through force and iron fists. Instead, it's done through mass distribution of the pleasure industries, sexualized cultural norms, promoted gender fluidity, and identity dysphoria, alternative lifestyles and virtual realities, ceaseless fantasy, and a vast market that capitalizes on the imagination of man. Pornography and adultery as common conversation pieces, violence and murder as entertainment, depravity as comedy, and luxurious toys and fruitless novelty as prized possessions and symbols of status and piety. They will promote slogans like equality for all, which is a facade for limited freedom for all, limited everything, and a permanent dependence on your state rulers for all resources. But drugs, porn, and entertainment will be virtually free and in limitless abundance. This keeps the dogs and pigs from barking and squealing. They tend to stay quiet, agreeable, and content in their pens this way. They will also manipulate politics, provide a false left-right paradigm to induce the illusion of choice and dedicated support of the gentry. And this requires that they stage elections and propagandize the political process altogether. This way, they will conjure the belief of the people. They will believe in the system that is designed for them to partake in. This is a global governance tool to distract the masses from realizing the earth is being slowly consolidated under a centralized, multipolar oligarch of world organizations that have been in business for a century. They will use law and legislation to implement their complementing restrictions and red tape. They will use law to uphold their culture. Private property will be tapered. Personal food production will be outlawed. Private seeding will transform the food industries. And we already see this happening with the developments of megacorp Monsanto. And studies of CRISPR. Land use will be regulated, and humankind will be corralled into congested yet techie smart cities that sell them the facade of convenience and freedom of need, yet will in actuality present nothing more than extravagantly decorated prison cells with iris scanning coffee makers and solar-powered bidet systems. All in the name of environmentalism, harmony with nature, and, moreover, progress. Interestingly, the progressive movement of the 20th century, from a human's best interest perspective, always has been about its opposite at the core: regression. Regression to a feudal state, based on animalistic instincts, base level desires, man-like, pursuing pleasure, avoiding pain, childlike emotion, and infantile habits. Ignorance and arrogance, the opposite of enlightenment, the opposite of wisdom, the antithesis of God. Therefore, and minus a God to provide order, law, deliverance, salvation, and guidance, we are presented with the culture of today known as scientism, where science is God. Reality only exists as far as the senses can describe it. Here we discover an industry that maintains a monopoly on truth, or lack thereof, a monopoly on information and knowledge, because knowledge is power, and moreover, the epistemology of the world is controlled. No God, no wisdom, no objective rules. Therefore, the fallen man is left to his own inherently corrupt devices and his own fleshly desires, obsessions, and complexes. where he will pursue not only pleasure, but godhood and the perfection of humankind. Through science and technology, will aim to the earth and recreate humanity through eugenics and weaponized healthcare, under the guise of progressive gene editing and striving for the ideal human potential. This all will be enforced through a wash of restrictive surveillance and a strident police state. Commerce will be completely centralized. Travel and communication will be expensive, monitored, and managed. Rights of assembly will be discarded. Technology, of course, will be used to enforce these sustainable societies. Science and the academy will be the brain and knowledge giver, the expertise behind knowing what life is and the human experience should be. Free will be freedom, change for quality, sustainability, and progress. All the while controlling the people and populations through that science and technology. All in the name of progress. Progress for who, one might ask? Impediments to this progress will be controlled or eliminated. There will be a marginalization of opposing views, which will move towards outright criminalization for opposing views. We see this trend today in the development of the term hate speech and the legislation that can possibly fine or jail someone for wrongthink, like Canada's Bill C-16. This is a precursor to the development of prosecution for thought crime, in which the Christian worldview will be a defining factor. Absolutes will be disallowed. Morality from an objective authority will be shunned. There will be a growing inequality for the minority worldview. So much for equality, huh? There will be zero tolerance for outliers and a special place for those that do not comply. Secular humanism will be the global worldview. Science will be the civil religion, and all religions will be watered down to alternate humanism, fancy uniforms and symbolic traditions to give them distinction. What's left will be the rabid scientism zealots and a brash movement of militant atheism, which all in total will appear far more reasonable than the minority Christian worldview, which proclaims God and obeys God. Yes, militant atheists with sex and drug addictions, adroit materialists that support eugenics as a form of global progress will be viewed as reasonable and accepted because they are tolerant and support the technocratic progressive worldview, of course. They fit properly within the system and perpetuate its fundamentals. Christianity will be considered a superstition. God will be mocked and described as a bearded magician in the sky floating on a cloud. Morality would be whatever any individual, culture, religion, or faction would like it to be. Might will be right, and social Darwinism will be the foundation of state power. Evolution will be indoctrinated by law, and creationism will only be found in the mythology and fiction sections of digital info libraries. Is it not interesting that all of this is already happening right now? And this isn't some far-off prediction of some one-day-to-be future. This sustainable technocratic society of progress is already underway. To add, can we not deny its striking opposition and contradiction of the Genesis theological narrative and the creation of man in God's image? Does this movement not completely subvert the culture of God and invert the very image of man, one that reflects what God is, freedom, free will, and individuality? Yet our so-called progressive social direction is leading us to a society that will, by law and nature, invert these ideals. By making the free slaves, replacing free will with forced dependence, and destroying individuality for the formation of a collective, global citizenry.
Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order can emerge, a new era, freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice, and more secure in the quest for peace. An era in which the nations of the world, East and West, North and South, can prosper and live in harmony. Wars raged across the span of human endeavor. Today, that new struggling born. A world different from the one we've known. A world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle. A world in which nations recognize the shared responsibility for freedom and justice.
100 generations have searched for this elusive path to peace. Indeed, in plain sight, the ages-old idea of the global commons and new order is displayed for all to hear. What more honest and carefully procured words than elusive path to peace and deceptive nature of the world peace goals of the establishing powers? The unattainable, unsustainable, illogical fantasies of a utopian global citizenry, Bacon's New Atlantis, Plato's Republic, and Damien's democracy. Fascinating how they wrap it in a perfect and delicate little package for all to consume and concur, whilst strategically disguising war and slavery with the words peace and freedom. Many put this idea of New World Order on the shoulders of H.W. Bush, but in fact, and even by his own words, some would say even as far back as the days of Nimrod. Essentially, when one understands the development of this order, the motives and spirit behind it, they can gather that H.W. was little more than a foot soldier on the front lines, an aristopet, a water fetcher for the so-called big boys. Oh, but little Georgie isn't getting off that easy. Not only did he play a lead role in the fundamentals of 20th century globalism, he wholeheartedly earned his pet name, Poppy Bush, and he had his hands deeply placed in much more devilry than the American people have been led to believe. If history has been written by the victors, truth will be presented by the watchful. But what are those Bush family ties that have seemed to operate under the radar, or at least have gone rarely discussed in the whole mainstream NWO CIA conspiracy circles? We will attempt to reveal some of these lesser-known angles of the Bush dynasty. A few key families that have played the part right beside them, and the orchestrated deceptions that they would collude in to acquire all-out natural and human resource dominance. But H.W. Bush is merely an heir of his 20th century power structure. In order to start this assessment properly, it would benefit our understanding if we begin with the pioneer of this historical Bush family operation, and that is none other than Prescott Sheldon Bush. Prescott Sheldon Bush, born in 1895, was an American banker and politician. After working as a Wall Street executive investment banker, he represented Connecticut in the United States Senate from 1952 to 1963. He is the father of President George H.W. Bush and grandfather of President George W. Bush. Now that you have heard the cookie-cutter American history description, let's fill in the spaces. Prescott Bush, a towering man of charisma and serpentine charm, was the pioneer of the Bush family dynasty. And though he was considered of presidential candidate potential, he secured his power and pride by way of clandestine international banking firms and investment. Like his son George and grandson George W., he went to Yale University and also pioneered the line of Skull and Bones membership that his offspring would later acquire. Prescott would marry Dorothy Walker, daughter of tycoon George Herbert Walker, father-in-law to H.W. Bush, and the source of his given name. Clearly, George Herbert Walker was a huge inspiration to Prescott, and we will get right into the specific reasons why in a minute. To get the full scope of Prescott's beginning, we must address the first family tie to the Bushes. We will start with the Harriman family, namely E.H. Harriman. A shrewd businessman and railroad baron similar to Prescott Bush's father, Samuel Bush, E.H. Harriman was also a banker, getting his start by way of the Rothschild Jekyll Island Seed Money Group, also known as the Millionaires Club, along with infamous families like the Vanderbilts, Morgans, and Rockefellers. E.H. Harriman would eventually create an investment firm for his son, Averell, W.A. Harriman and Company in New York City. E.H. Harriman would also hire a bulldog of a man to run his operation. As we had mentioned earlier, George Herbert Walker was the man for the job. An already made man by way of family slave ownership wealth of Maryland, a descendant of British slave trader Thomas Walker, Jesuit boarding school trained, former heavyweight boxer, and alcoholic, George Herbert Walker was an extremely successful man by Western standards, and capitalized on his many family-acquired international banking contacts. Aside many of his multi-medium ventures in business, Walker headed his very own G.H. Walker and Company Bank, of course until E.H. Harriman hired him to run the new venture and operation W.A. Harriman and Company. Walker was a good friend and near servant to the Harriman family. He was well known for chaperoning them to outings, especially horse races. The Harrimans were avid horse breeders and deeply invested in gene development and genetic sciences, which will bring us to their involvement in early American eugenics. So what was it about Mr. Walker Prescott appreciated? The fact that he was the father of his wife? Well, it would seem a portion of it might have to do with the fact that George Herbert Walker is the one that gave Prescott his very first break into the banking and natural resource industries. Now reaching the mid-1920s and the peak of the formation of international banking cabal, Walker hired Prescott as VP of W.A. Harriman and Company. Averell Harriman, E.H. Harriman's oldest son, remained behind and would also hire his little brother on the team, Roland, Prescott Bush's good friend and society mate in the Order of Skull and Bones, class of 1917. Here we find the beginning of the Harriman and Bush family tie. It is well known that under the Harriman Banking Group and other banking firms like Union Banking Company, Prescott would directly assist in the proliferation of the Third Reich in Germany. Begin with the overseeing of the Tyson accounts of W.A. Harriman. Fritz Tyson, that is, a staunch Nazi supporter and Hitler financier, would utilize Bush and Harriman as American satellites and piggy banks for the homegrown Hitler project. Prescott Bush would go on to participate in racketeering, bank fraud, and natural resource black markets until the end of the war, where he somehow finds a way to escape scot-free and land himself comfortably in American politics, where he would become state senator, alongside his equally dubious superior, Averell Harriman, the money and the muscle, who would go on to become the prestigious governor of New York. Since it is covered often, we will not deal with the clear Bush and Nazi Germany goings-on. Instead, we will focus on a deeper issue that the Bush family and their partners spent decades constructing within the American society, and that is American eugenics. Prescott's early engagements with eugenic philosophies was during his time at Yale University. There he was a diligent member of the Hygiene Society in 1908. This society would later be organized into the World Federation of Health by partner eugenicist Montague Norman, another dubious figure that we will discuss in a bit. During this time, Norman and Prescott Bush elected as new Federation chairman, yes, John Rawlings Rees, director of the Tavistock Psychiatric Clinic, chief psychiatrist and psychological warfare expert for the British Intelligence Services. Here we see the direct Tavistock and Bush eugenics connection, the first step into Bush family eugenics multi-tier operations. The World Federation of Hygiene was one of the earliest American eugenics organizations, and Prescott not only assisted in its formation, but he also was the director of the Federation's branch in his native Connecticut, Tavistock tutelage. So what was the earliest Harriman connection regarding eugenics? Along with Prescott, the Harrimans had their hands in the idea of race purification, also known as negative eugenics. Both Harriman and Bush dealt with negative eugenics specifically, which is the removal of the termed unfit by way of sterilization of mental patients, execution of the insane and the criminal, and the terminally ill. The idea of race purification by prevention of births to parents from so-called inferior blood stock. Here you will find the works of the Mental Hygiene Society of Prescott, plus euthanasia societies and Earth Society that will parenthood, all of which the Bushes and Harrimans will have direct influence on. The early practices of American eugenics were clearly based in negative eugenics, opposed to positive eugenics, which focuses on the increased production of so-called good genetic profiles, or the promotion of healthy people increasing their reproduction statuses. In other words, instead of focusing on what's bad and its removal, the focus is shifted to what is deemed good and its growth. Back to the Harrimans. Interestingly, it was not so much E.H. Harriman's interest in eugenics as much as it was his wife, a pioneer of the American Eugenics Society, Mary Williamson Averill, wife to E.H. Harriman and director of the Eugenics Record Office in 1910. A branch of the Galton National Laboratory in London, Mary Harriman was an early architect of the race science movement in America, directly influencing her son Averill Harriman to continue the family philosophies alongside the efforts of Prescott and the Bushes. By 1929, the Depression hits and Harriman and Company strategically merged with the London firm Brown Shipley, the British family investment firm of earlier mentioned eugenicist Montague Norman, forming the Banking and Race Science Alliance. This merger would eventually produce the infamous blood money group Brown Brothers Harriman. By 1931, Brown Brothers Harriman was one of the largest private investment banks in the United States. Prescott Bush was its managing director. So what's another family tie that needs to be addressed in this line of blood and bread? Well, how about the lesser-known Draper family? First, we begin with William H. Draper Jr., and as usual, his introduction to the order out of chaos operation is through banking. Draper Jr. first entered the scene via the Dillon Reed and Company in New York, one of the New York and London finance firms that handled the Tyson accounts, German Steel Trust, and of course the Hitler Project. Draper Jr. worked directly with Tyson, Prescott, Averill, and Walker finance contacts to raise money for his eugenic project ideas, namely the Holy National and International Racial Hygienic Mission. And in 1932, William Draper Jr. financed the International Eugenics Congress. Here, Draper Jr. also helped to appoint infamous Nazi eugenicist Dr. Ernst Brunin as chief of the World Eugenics Movement. And in line with the Bushes and the Harrimans, Draper Jr. succeeded to flow from banking and negative eugenics to, of course, American politics. After several years of service via the North Atlantic Alliance Council and think tank with Averill Harriman, and now General Draper Jr., in 1958 he was appointed chairman of a committee which was to advise President Eisenhower on international U.S. military aid, planting him in the perfect spot to inject his eugenic philosophy into an already genetically preoccupied U.S. government, and moreover, revitalizing the eugenicist efforts of Prescott's World Federation of Mental Health and Harriman's Draper International Eugenics Project of the 1930s. Now working directly under Eisenhower and deeply within the U.S. government, we watch the story unfold. Here is when the magnum force is truly created. Draper, along with Prescott, Averill Harriman, and joined by the Dulles brothers and Gordon Gray, whom we will mention again later, all joined forces to shape the ultimate and largest population control and soul-sharing project that has ever hit the United States. But before we get into that, let's shout some accomplishments. Though Eisenhower would go on to discourage Draper's eugenic fantasies, Draper will continue to found the began a group named the Population Crisis Committee, funded and promoted by, of course, the Rockefeller and DuPont funding machine, as well as Draper's very own Draper Fund. Here, through the guidance of the Prescott-Harriman regime, these efforts would systematically promote the idea of eugenics and Malthusian remedies to population control. Even later, under Lyndon B. Johnson, General Draper Jr. advised on the subject of eugenics as an addition to the globalist social programs of LBJ's Great Society projects, and directly began financing birth control to inner cities and the Third World through the Agency for International Development, also known as USAID. Very similar to the work of NGO groups like UNICEF. Draper emphatically promoted the idea of reacting to the population explosion by incrementally depopulating the poorer countries via eugenic covert operations, since its unhinged nature was dangerous to the national security of the U.S. Very Bill Gates-ish and Kissinger-esque indeed. As a family friend and business partner to Prescott Bush, Draper Jr. would heavily influence Prescott's son and soon to come to power H.W. Bush, and bring him into the push for eugenics through the Malthusian, Club of Rome, and Green Movement rhetorical population bomb thesis. In fact, and further down the line, in 1980, Draper Jr.'s son, William H. Draper III, was co-chairman for finance and chief of fundraising for H.W. Bush. With H.W. later in office, the Draper III funneling Operation Money, they were successful in heading up the old depopulation eugenics of their fathers into the UN and throughout the world. In an interview in 1991, an official with the USAID's Population Office, Joanne Grassi, quotes, U.S. Agency for International Development says that surgical sterilization is the Bush administration's first choice method of population reduction in the Third World. Interesting, and one could gather that not only sterilization was involved with these programs, it would also be important to note that around this time precisely is when the scientific development and push for compulsory vaccination began. H.W. Bush rarely had original ideas nor independent direction. Though we will get deeper into his story, we must first understand the families and philosophies that has shaped his generation, and moreover, his familial motivations. By way of the Harriman and Walker power families, Prescott Bush was conjured for duty, and through Prescott, the multipolar globalist dynasty philosophy would carry on. But before we get into the late H.W. and his efforts, we must address the third family tie in the line of question and assessment. And that is the notorious eugenics bloodline, the Gray family, namely Gordon Gray, the hand that rocks the cradle.
The top 7 answers on the board. Name a magazine you trust. Mike, time. He says time. Time. The number 1 magazine.
What's so fascinating about mainstream media is the fact that it has, for generations, been the general public's one-stop shop for knowledge. Technically, based on statistics and common sense, network media and mainstream news maintain a brutish monopoly on information. One could also argue that MSM appears to take a large role in what we consider today as modern epistemology, or how we know what we know. The average person today would confidently stand behind arguments that are solely based on the information that has been publicized through a mainstream media outlet, without questioning a single element of that alleged trustworthy source. We, for the most part, openly rely on the fair and balanced reports of our network news and media outlets as if we are sure, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that they are informing us honestly and thoroughly, with our best interests in mind. And even the portions of us that question the full trustworthiness of the MSM still rely on it for basic political and economic direction, social climate information, and public health development or concerns. Overall, this brings us to the main theme of truth. At its nucleus relies on your blind trust to exist, to thrive, and to have an effect. Similar to scientism or climatism, mainstream media hinges on your faith in its experts to be real. It is purely what its footing is based on, your blind consent. Knowing this much is true, would not that be quite foolish if these alleged expert media sources were in fact highly biased and provided very little honest investigation and assessment, and catered to specific groups and schools of thought only? In addition, we should also keep in mind that from the top, these outlets are also state and elite funded across. With an arrangement like this, it seems one great finding the which side, or are they all simply lying from opposing positions, playing as stumbling blocks and mind traps set out by their funding groups to harvest a fractured society of political factions and feudalist identity camps, subculture wars, and pseudo-revolutions? Powerless groups of people focused on only one thing: power. As the mainstream media spins its reports, it spins its audience into confused states of zeal and contention, sadness and frustration, getting everyone nowhere at all, running in place or spinning their wheels while the great work is completed, slowly but surely beneath all of our noses, just as it has been designed to do. This leads us directly to the purpose and method of mainstream media. This is done very easily through the manipulation or abuse of psychological techniques based on consistent, systematic, and repetitive use of emotion, fear, humiliation, shame, guilt, trauma, grief, and flattery. Any day, any individual can simply take any mainstream media source and peruse through their column feed and take on a mainlined psychological assault designed and constructed on these very themes. As a conspiracy fact, these claims cannot be denied. Through this structuring of emotive news reporting, psychological trauma is induced on a mass scale. Yet, and as long-term victims of trauma, the majority today would ignore claims and continue to blindly trust their favorite network news and views outlets. And it is also clearly apparent that the same groups that fund the network media have also placed their plants and influencers within the independent or alternative media sectors as well. From InfoWars, Breitbart, Drudge, Huffington Post, BuzzFeed, and The Ringleader, Vice Magazine being some popular ones today. Based on MSM reports, trends, and consistent themes, we can gather the socio-cultural goals for shaping the postmodern techno cult. Now that it is 2018, and much like 2017, we can narrow down the current themes. The main ones seem to be, of course, systematic debasement, the hypersexualization of pop culture and society as a whole, the enculturation of what I call flesh consciousness, mainly to normalize abject classical hedonism, where eventually hedonism becomes the world religion, the promotion of sex in every area possible, the promotion of promiscuity and neoliberal lifestyles for everyone, man, woman, and child, black, white, yellow, brown. Branching from this theme, we have the endless promotion or normalization of identity dysphoria in the guise of human rights, justice, and egalitarianism. Identity dysphoria is sold to us to further fashion the mass double mind. And as always, not only network media, but the education system is also utilized to indoctrinate dysphoria. And this could be considered the institutionalization of culture manipulation, the perversion of natural order, and confusion of what it is to be a God-created human being. Here we see the question of worldview come into play, which brings us to MSM's next theme of space travel and transhumanism technology. Elon Musk appears to be the poster child currently, and again, all in which we trust and believe based on the blind faith that anything their experts report is legitimate and based on fact. The worldview that theme sells to the public is the materialist worldview, with Gnostic underpinnings that essentially deny the use and existence of God. And as far as they are concerned, Jesus Christ is nothing more than a mythical figure of virtue, as they use shameless virtue signaling within their sexual assault and genderism propaganda campaigns. Yes, more divide and conquer and depopulation programming. This theme seems to be the most popular one currently. From the mansplaining and manspreading of 2016 to the sexual assault, Me Too and We Too witch hunts of 2017. 2018 seems to carry on the tradition, just with a tweak in its performance and exaggerated leap into more consistent confusion. Deepening that confusion with Ouroboros-like reports of the victim playing the aggressor, and the constant switching and reversing of roles, all to strengthen the trauma and solidify the dialectics. From the political exploits of puppet President Trump to the postmodern propaganda of Hollywood and academia, society has not only been drastically falling apart psychologically and spiritually over the past 7 years, but we seem to have our hands around each other's throats, driving the stake deeper between us all. Not as if it's wrong to have natural divisions and differences and opposing positions between us, but it is when those things are defined, guided, and fashioned for us, with ill intent in mind, by the utilization of the psychological weapon called mainstream media that is at hand. Oh, and of course, climate change continues to traumatize society with environment security fear, yet promote nature worship and paganism at the same time. Any day, any individual can take any mainstream media source and peruse through their column feed and take on a mainlined psychological assault designed and constructed on these themes. As a conspiracy fact, these claims cannot be debated. What's worse is the level of exposure the public takes on average of trauma-based media reporting. Well, let's take a look. The point here is, clearly, MSM is a social tool for inflicting trauma on society, not for informing them with truth. Trauma, Greek for wound, leads to long-term neurosis. Sustained psychological trauma is directly connected to substance abuse, anxiety, and is it not interesting that this would fare as a conducive part of the success in big pharma and psychotropics? How about the elite state-ran drug smuggling industry and the music industry that promotes it? Do we see how all of the media sources and entities play off of one another and work in unison? As the general public falls in the breadlines and animal houses, the results of long-term psychological trauma in the mass consumer group we call society feeds all state markets and keeps the trauma-based mainstream industries thriving. But do we not notice that this arrangement also keeps the mass crowd we call society unstable? Why is it that anxiety, PTSD, suicide, drug use, promiscuity, and depression have skyrocketed concurrently? in less than a decade? Are we to just deny and overlook these blatant social patterns? One could posit that trauma by way of seedy yo-yo journalism that covers the nation has a part in all of this. It seems all we see in the MSM is the old push and pull, on and off, up and down, trauma-based techniques one would find in any MK Ultra subproject white paper. We see examples of this up and down, breathe and suffocate technique in the recent government shutdown charade. Then there's a stock market angst that has been bombarding network news outlets. We see it in the climate change hoopla stories. How about all the flu scare reports we've been seeing recently? From people dying to a possible savior vaccine. Or could the scare all be about creating the perfect ploy to usher in new vaccines altogether? Required vaccines, possibly. The flu, it's gotten too dangerous now. We have to require that you take these vaccines for your own good. Let us not forget what British socialist elite Bertrand Russell stated about the social controlling power of inoculation. Overall, anyone with the eyes to see and ears to hear can gather the dangers of routine network media exposure. Once you add in trust and faith beneath that routine exposure, on average, you will only see confusion, fear, even false pride, but ultimately an oblivious postmodern consumer of the monoculture. And based on statistical media intake and recent social development, we can make the claim that society bears the symptoms of a victim of high-level psychological trauma.
Five years later.
In other news, U.S. President Joe Biden has signed an executive order to boost the country's domestic manufacturing of biotech products.
Systemic dynamics. Systemic in that there's a type of symbiosis with different aspects of the system. Systemic dynamics, how they react, dynamism. Right now we're experiencing a type of loss of sovereignty, loss of autonomy. We're experiencing a new type of servitude, a new type of slavery in this new system that requires certain medical interventions, certain experiential limit regarding access by way of approval and verification. So we have all of these things going on right now. So in this system, the systemic dynamics are those that revolve around concepts like biotechnology, as well as big pharma, more importantly, state policy. So the systemic dynamics of most importance here are those of science, technology, and economics. So these three things come together to create technocracy. There's always the scientific aspect, the engineers, right, the experts, those who are in power as far as the knowledge classes are concerned, invisible college. With that, we have technology, which are the tools. And then we have economics, which are the incentive, the system of incentive, the foundation system of survival. How do people eat? How do people acquire things? How do people survive in this system? How do they house themselves? All of these things are directly related to and contingent, are controlled by the function of economics. So what we have here is the systemic dynamics of science, technology, and economics. Science being the engineering, technology being the sacred tools, and economics being the incentives. So what we get here is a normative force of the establishment, the established science. So within this systemic dynamics of science, technology, and economics, that is shared, the control of these things are shared by the state, big tech, and big pharma, for instance. And in that is all of the climate stuff. So it's like, let's just say big tech and the state together share this dynamic within a system of system regarding science, technology, and economics. Through this dynamism, through this interaction, through this system that we're all stuck in right now, we're subject to this new biosecurity state now. They're getting everything by through mandates, for instance. That was probably the first real power move that got everybody to acquiesce, that got everybody to just cur up like a dog. And with that, we also had mandates for injections. Arms were twisted into this biosecurity state. We didn't want to lose our jobs. We wanted to feed our families. All of these different things forced us into this new system that's now built. It's running full-fledged now. Not only have they created the right technologies to accomplish it, but they've created the right culture through the culture. Okay, has allowed them to build this up. Is they've accomplished this new false moral authority, this ability to claim authority through a type of moral argument, in that, this is for the greater good. We want to bring safety and security to mankind. More importantly, this whole zero COVID, zero emissions. We want to cure pain, disease, crazy ideas like this. This type of omniscient, omnipotent responsibility. What it does, just by taking on responsibility of life, you therefore are given the management authority of life. If I'm going to say I'm responsible to fix life, by default, I am the one that will manage it. And when you take on that kind of responsibility, management included, it gives you authority to create and destroy, change, alter, augment. So this establishment creates a normative force. Normative, a type of moral regulatory system that makes things pragmatic, makes things efficient. And in this world of non-morality, immorality, or amorality, whatever is efficient, whatever creates certainty, whatever can be claimed objective is moral. So morality is now defined by what works best for the greater good. Everything is symbolic. Everything is a suggestion, recommendation. It creates a non-world, right? Unreality. Or so if normative is good, better, best, what's the force? We can look at force as policy, okay? So policy as a response to demand. The demand comes from crisis and dearth. Crisis in that pandemic will be an example of crisis. Climate change will be another example of crisis. Dearth or lack. Oh, we don't have enough PPE. We don't have enough jabs to go around. There's not enough internet service for the world. There's not enough food for the underdeveloped countries. They don't have enough access to jabs, etc. This whole idea of dearth, lack. So what they do is they create lack, but they also create crisis. This creates demand. Policies are the response or result of this demand, okay? Policy is part of the force, but then also public opinion. So public opinion, sentiment via media propaganda campaigning. These two things together, policy, public opinion, create the normative force that makes the argument that this technology is good and everyone approves of it. It's good because we have the dearth, we have the crisis, so we need it. We create demand for it. It's good because public opinion says we need it. In a sense, it informs public opinion, especially if there's a projection, say, politically progressive. They're going to parrot that because these people represent them mentally. They think for them. They pass down these political perspectives and worldviews that all of the progressives repeat. The same thing goes with the conservatives. If Trump says something, they repeat it. It informs their worldview. It informs their way of thinking. So locking everybody down, taking away everyone's freedom for no real empirical reason is the best thing to do through policy and public opinion. Sentiment via media propaganda campaigning. So these things combine to create a type of normative force that gives the justification for human engineering technologies, biometrics.
And COVID is critical because this is what convinces people to accept, to legitimize total biometric surveillance. If we want to stop this epidemic, We need not just to monitor people, we need to monitor what's happening under their skin.
That gives the justification for human engineering technologies, biometric, injections, genetic modification, right? Wearables, implantables, injectables. All of these things are under this umbrella of human engineering, become justifiable by way of normative force. Another one would be evidence. So we have part of the normative force. So we have policy, public opinion, and evidence. Evidence, an aspect of data-driven epistemology in the form of statistical data. So not only do they have the sentiment from the public opinion that is gleaned from propaganda on the media, not only do they have the policy that is handed down from the state, but they also have evidence. This comes out of the science, right? This comes from the engineers. So the evidence is in the form of statistical data, and I would argue fabricated, exaggerated, and emphasized data. Okay, so now they don't only have this moral incentive from the public opinion, which is rooted in fear and confusion and ignorance. The demand created, therefore, the new policy and the new forms of authority by way of the state. But they also have data-driven evidence. Look at our stats. Look at what our statistics say. Look at what our colorful, pretty little graphs show you. See? That's why we need to do human engineering. Climate change, these statistics say about the climate. You see how crazy and bad this is for humankind? If we just engineer humanity in these different ways, shrink humans, make them smaller, mess with their DNA so they're allergic to meat or have a type of meat aversion, let's play with their hormones. See, if we do all these things, we'll fix this bad stuff you see here on this graph.
Take this protein RNA complex and introduce it into cells or tissues to correct mutations. Sites know there's a deleterious change in the genetic code. So I wanted to show you an example of how this can be utilized. This protein complex can actually be injected directly into fertilized eggs of a mouse. And in the experiment, you'll see we're targeting a gene that is responsible for the black coat color in mice. And so normally these mice have beautiful glossy black coats. And once we make this targeted change, we then implant these edited eggs back into a female mouse. And when she gives birth to pups, you'll see that the pups are now mostly white. And the remarkable thing about this experiment is that when these mice grow up, you can test them and know that every in the body, this single genetic change that gives rise to the white coat color, but otherwise they're absolutely normal. So they are normal mice, no mutations elsewhere in the genome. This is a type of experiment that used to take at least a year to create a mouse like this. It can be done in a few weeks and by people that don't have to have special expertise. So this is a technology it's been very exciting over the last 2.5 years to see this technology taking off. These are publications in the scientific literature. It's been sort of exponential growth of publications, people using this technology for all sorts of applications. And so some of these include making changes, targeted genetic changes in plants, in fungi, in animals that are important agriculturally, in animals that are important to us as pets, and also in thinking about human health, also to do things like make changes in stem cells, which are cells that can give rise to new organs. Also to make changes in animals that are important as models of human disease, such as mice and monkeys. And we think within the not too distant future, it will be possible to actually use this technology to make changes in humans.
So to be clear, I think one of the things we're talking about here is that there are now weapons under development and developed that are designed to target specific people. Right, that's what this is, where you can actually take someone's DNA, take their medical profile, and you can target a biological weapon that will kill that person or take them off the battlefield or make them inoperable. So you can't have a discussion about this without talking about privacy and commercial data. in the protection of commercial data, because expectations of privacy have degraded over the last 20 years. Young folks actually have very little expectation of privacy. That's what the polling and the data show. And people will very rapidly spit into a cup and send into 23andMe and get really interesting data about their background. And guess what? Their DNA is now owned by a private company and can be sold off with very little intellectual property protection or privacy protection. And we don't have legal and regulatory regimes to deal with that. So we have to have an open and public discussion. This is going to have to be a political discussion about what does the protection of healthcare information, DNA information, and your data look like, because that data is actually going to be procured and collected by our adversaries for the development of these systems.
All of these things, policy, public opinion, evidence, gives them a new form, a new moral authority. Does in turn it outpaces, outmodes human scale normative reason or human scale morality. Our understanding as believers is our faith and the scripture that informs our faith, and the Most High God that provides all things in regards to life. With this new normative force, by way of the systemic dynamics of big tech and the state, we lose not just our sovereignty and our autonomy in the world, we lose our authority morally. We lose our authority regarding ethics, what's right, what's wrong, what's necessary, what's not, what should be done, what should not be done, what ought be done, what ought not be done. Is this new normative force overrides supernatural force of our in this world, that is. Again, it's inferior, it's secondary, it's relative and useless in this new utilitarian, pragmatic, systematized, standardized, robotic, and computerized world. Systemic dynamic relations between biotech development and state authority. Operation, execution, and public social management. By development, we see that this example is Pfizer, Moderna, Genentech, BioNTech, anything Gates has his hands on. This represents the biotech development. State authority would be operations and the execution of operations, like Operation Warp Speed, for instance. Federal mandated regulations, say masks, for instance, as well as injection mandates for jobs, school entry. And of course, these describe public social management. So this is what I mean by systemic dynamic, the symbiotic relationship between the biotech development and the state authority. Through this dynamic, we get a type of normative force that's built up. This, through speed and velocity, we get a G-force of normative laws, normative views, new mores for the society. And with those new mores, given down through propaganda, acquiesced, compliant public opinion through fear and ignorance, and then evidence by way of machine learning, models, etc. Through all of that, we get this new type of systemic dynamic that promotes a new post-human moral, a new type of post-human ethic. And all old forms of ethics, called things like faith, are no longer applicable in the new world, in the new normal. Culture, moral tradition, ethics change slowly. Hence speed and force, the G-force that is built from the speed. When I say speed, I'm talking about how quick did they release these injections. And I'm not saying they built them in that short time. I know these injections, they've been working on these things for years. I'm talking about the speed at which all of this was rolled out. Is state managerial success, control. Look at all of the control that was given to the state. And I will also add the WHO and CDC as part of the state in this. Look at all the control they had, the NHS as an example. Look at the power they had. Look at Australia. Look at New Zealand, what they went through, what they're still going through. Look at Canada. That's that type of authority and power I'm talking about as far as force. So the speed plus the force equals state managerial success, control, and unfettered continuation of genetic engineering development. That's what they've accomplished through this. Not only power given to the state, given to the biopharma, given to biotech, given through demand, right? Through crisis, through fear, demand created through both, through false moral. This is the right thing to do. We're in emergency, state of exception. Look at this data through evidence. Look at this data. Look at all this data. Look at what the data is saying. Through all of this, they've created the environment for unfettered continuation of genetic engineering development. They have everything they need. Not only do they have the money, not only do they have the tools, not only do they have the individuals, the engineers, but they have the sentiment from the people, and they have the moral argument to promote it. And a systemic dynamic has been created such that a new world exists now. We can't go back. See, we can't go back.
We're really taking that leap, us as a company, Bayer, in cell and gene therapy, which to me is one of these examples where really we're going to make a difference, hopefully, moving forward. There's some, ultimately the mRNA vaccines are an example for that cell and gene therapy. I always like to say, if we had surveyed 2 years ago in the public, would you be willing to take gene or cell therapy and inject it into your body, we would have probably had a 95% refusal rate. I think this pandemic has also opened many people's eyes to innovation in the way that was maybe not possible before.
That's where we are. Unfettered human engineering. They have everything now. They have arguments. They needed to show, look, we're in a crisis. They got the sentiment of the public opinion. They got the media. They got the engineers. They got the money. We're here. Human augmentation has been, at least the foundation for human augmentation has been developed. If we're going to talk about eugenics, if we're going to talk about human engineering, we have to talk about the initial technologies they're using. CRISPR's coming. It's too early. CRISPR's coming. It needs time. They're ready, but they haven't built the sentiment just yet in the people. They haven't created the proper demand just yet. What technology have they created the right demand? What technology do they have public sentiment? What technology has been successful via propaganda? What technology has been successful via evidence of statistics? What technology has been already implemented by way of policy? mRNA, foot in the door. First step towards full-on human engineering.
Revolutionary and breakthrough are perfect terms for mRNA. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen how powerful this technology is, and revolutionary and breakthrough are perfect terms for mRNA. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen how powerful this technology is, and it's been a watershed moment. You are going to see substantial efforts across the industry to harness that technology. The possibilities are really endless.
Even I was surprised when they suggested to me that this is the way to go. And I questioned it, and I asked them to justify, how can you say something like that? Make them believe that the technology is mature and we are at the cusp of delivering a product. So they convinced me. I follow my instinct that they know what they're doing, they're very good, and we made this very difficult decision.
we know we can change the trajectory. For example, to prevent cancers, scientists are exploring whether mRNA technology that brought us safe and effective COVID-19 could be used to stop cancer cells when they first arise. To target the right treatments, we're learning more about how to use genetics. We know we can change how to use genetics. How to use genetics.
QAnon, the mysterious group, was investigated by the FBI. This came after a very stern warning to lawmakers that they should be worried about dangerous violent attacks. And so this was the letter that got sent over to Congress. You see, this was some time ago, June 4th, 2021, and it's unclassified now. And so I'm sure they're still watching this and still investigating this. And they probably have a whole team of people over there sitting around on their laptops, browsing around the chans. But here's what they told Congress from the FBI. Adherence to the QAnon conspiracy theory is being done by some domestic violent extremists, which I think means everybody now. The information in this product is provided for informational purposes only. The participation of some DVEs who are self-identified QAnoners were a part of the violent siege on the Capitol, and it underscores how the current environment, remember this is in June, will continue to act as a catalyst to begin accepting legitimacy of violent action. Now, what is QAnon, you're wondering? Well, according to the FBI, it refers to a complex and constantly evolving conspiracy theory, which means it's just really hard to define, so they can make it whatever they want, because it's constantly evolving, and it's a conspiracy theory, and it's promoted by a decentralized online community, all right? So they can't pin it on anybody, and it has morphed into a real-world movement. Wow, so they told us a lot about it. It's complex and constantly evolving. I mean, it's very hard to define, and it can't mean anything, so therefore it can mean everything. Its foundational principle holds that a corrupt cabal of global elites and deep state actors run a Satan-worshipping international child sex trafficking ring. I mean, I think a lot of that's true, isn't it? The heck was Jeffrey Epstein doing? Pretty sure that's all accurate. I don't know what the problem is here. And they engaged in plots to conduct a coup against a former president of the United States while he was in office. Oh, you mean like the FBI? And the big tech companies? That sounds pretty right. I think we're right on the money. I don't know what's happening here. I think they wrote an article in Time magazine about it. A group of elites. Yeah. And you have people like Reid Hoffman, who is a billionaire, who went and founded groups to stop Donald Trump, who spent millions of dollars, who funds litigation from E. Jean Carroll that we all doubt is legitimate. We all saw that he went and visited Epstein Island after Epstein was convicted of all of this stuff. And that's just one example of many. So all of this seems to be fact. All right. These alleged crimes by members of the cabal will allegedly be punished by their mass military detention in Guantanamo Bay. Well, that sounds, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Doesn't sound like a bad solution, though. QAnon narratives are constantly expanding to include false information about current events. Again, I'm waiting for some, including alleged election frauds, the COVID-19 pandemic, the dangers of 5G technology, and then woven into master narrative that's in control. The FBI has arrested more than 20 self-identified QAnon adherents who participated on January 6th. All right. They were charged with violent entry and disorderly conduct. They grabbed their social media posts. They began sharing information. On January 7th, the FBI arrested another DVE and QAnon adherent, and so on. All right, so you get the point. This was prepared by the FBI. And in 2021, they said, we assessed that some DVE domestic violence adherents of QAnon likely will believe that they no longer can trust the plan referenced in QAnon posts, and that they have an obligation to change from serving as digital soldiers towards engaging in the real world. And they're going to get out there and they're going to harm perceived members of the cabal, like Democrats. They're going to get out there and harm Democrats. Yeah, that's what's happening right now in the cities. QAnoners are attacking and pushing people onto subways on the cities. Exactly what's happening, right? Other QAnon adherents will likely disengage from the movement and so on. And so be prepared, Congress, for the QAnoners. All right. So that's what they sent back in 2021. And now this is a great FOIA that came out from this fella over at the Black name is John Greenwald, submitted this Freedom of Information Act request over from the Black Vault. And so shout out to John Greenwald and the Black Vault for digging this out for us to enjoy. This came from the FBI, received May 18th or sent May 18th, the subject, QAnon. Here's what they say. Dear Mr. Greenwald, the FBI has completed its review of your FOIA request, and here is some of the documents we think are responsive, some of the other materials you are not going to get. Sincerely, your friend, Joseph. They give us some details on how FOIAs are processed and what some of the redactions are. So if we see big blanked out things, one of the more common ones we see is redacted because B6, personnel, medical files, and B7s are going to be the records for law enforcement purposes. So they're going to redact some stuff out. They're just giving us the codes. This document came from the amazing people over at theblackvault.com. Now here's what we've got. Looks like a report coming from the FBI, dated October 24th, 2018. Case ID redacted, involving an unaffiliated bombing matter. Uh-oh, what happened here? On October 24, 2018, this is an FBI agent, I presume, is writing. He starts typing away. Eastern time, so-and-so email address, telephone number, and other things says, this came in. We got this email that came into a public online tip line. Here's what the submitted text said on the form. I felt compelled to call about the devices found today in New York. The cult, known as QAnon, posted in their rabbit hole that there would be these booms coming to take down the deep state players and the lying media. That is exactly what we're seeing today. And then we see a bunch of redactions here. We don't really know who submitted that form. I don't know if it was a concerned citizen or if it was an FBI agent, don't know. But they continue. And according to an open source website, they say QAnon is a right-wing conspiracy group. And someone is using the handle Q, claiming to have access to classified information involving the Trump administration and its opponents in the United States. The theory details a supposed secret conspiracy by an alleged deep state against Trump and Hollywood actors. It's and support Donald Trump. Its proponents have been called a deranged conspiracy cult. FBI continues. So-and-so lives in blank and promotes a group called QAnon. Don't know who they're talking about. They go and they interview this person. All of this is redacted. B6 and B7, as we mentioned. Personnel and law enforcement details. Can't see it. They tell us who he is, and he's just an avid follower of QAnon. Redacted. Nothing more on that one. Now here we have another report. On August 2nd, 2018, FBI New York received information that QAnon, an unidentified internet figure, was asserting to be a high-level federal official with a security clearance, disseminating classified information on 4chan and 8chan. FBI says QAnon purports to be a highly placed federal official with a Q clearance and access to the president. That there is conspiracy of various law enforcement agencies to overthrow the president. QAnon further states that many current and former members are involved in rings that are problematic. QAnon supporters have shown up to rallies wearing commercially available QAnon clothing. Some have posted pictures in various areas. Other people have been involved in standoffs with police. But QAnon has not publicly revealed their identity, according to the FBI. It is unknown whether QAnon is actually affiliated with the U.S. government. This is from the FBI. Also unknown whether QAnon is profiting off the assertion that they are a government employee. Assistant U.S. Attorney, redacted, no names on that, and redacted, no name on that one, concurred with the opening of this investigation. So two lawyers thought it was worthy for the FBI to dig into this. More redactions, B6, B7, B5. Based on the actual supplied information in this report, there is an articulable factual basis to believe that an activity constituting a federal crime has or may have occurred. It may or may be occurring. If QAnon is an actual federal informant or is a federal employee who has access to the president, this could be like a Pentagon Papers leak. This could be like a Jack Teixeira thing. FBI's got to get involved, right? Or will or may occur, and the investigation may obtain information, intelligence to the activity involvement, the role of an individual, a group, an org. Therefore, it's requested preliminary investigation approved. And our plan for a preliminary investigation is grand jury subpoenas, interviews, financial record reviews, employing other investigative methods as appropriate. They say special agents redacted and redacted are going to be assigned as the case agents. And this is more documentation about the opening of the file. They say that New York office is now, because we've gone through this procedure where they get a report, an anonymous report, goes over to some U.S. attorneys, goes over to some FBI agents. They review the report. They go around on Wikipedia. They say, oh, cute. And then they turn around and request enough. They say there's enough articulable there that a crime may be committed. Let's investigate. New York office is now opening a preliminary investigation into QAnon, an online persona purporting to be a high-placed public official. On August 2nd, 2018, the FBI New York field office received a referral that QAnon was purporting to be a highly placed government employee disseminating classified info. And so U.S. attorneys redacted with this investigation to do redacted. Point of contact is this agent at this phone number. Now here's more of the report. Look at all these redactions. Woo! Don't you just hate it a lot? I do. On August 14, 2018, FBI New York received open source information. Don't know where that came from. That so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so redacted. Searches were conducted with open source resources like this, and the following information was obtained via those searches. Redacted, 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 redacted. They got somebody though. You see this? Who are they looking at? Oh, we got a social security number, redacted. Date of birth, redacted. Address and phone numbers. But the investigation is conducted in New York in person, and we get more details. FBI says that FBI New York attempted to identify the person behind the online persona QAnon by issuing a subpoena that is redacted. Can't see anything. Who is this person? They tell us that they had sufficient personnel and available resources. They completed the investigation. All techniques and methods have been completed or discontinued. The investigative leads did not come up. No leads came up. No evidence was collected during the investigation. And it's just being closed administratively. No criminal subject was identified after law and reasonable preliminary investigation. U.S. Attorney so-and-so concurred with the closing. Nothing came of it. Now, the preliminary investigation was open on August 17th based on allegations that somebody's posing as a federal official and potentially profiting off their false personation. FBI has taken all logical steps warranted by the situation. FBI New York attempted to identify the person behind the persona by subpoenaing somebody redacted for B3, B5. FBI New York requesting to close the investigation. FBI New York will reopen the investigation should new actionable information be present. At this point, contact this other agent if you know more. That's opening up a subfile. Telephone pen register data to get some phone information. They're tracking phones now. Date of birth, cellular telephone number is this number, address is this number. This is on another date. This fast forward 2019. So-and-so called the FBI Threat Operations Center. Somebody now is calling, not a form submitted. And they're saying with concern that so-and-so, 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 so-and-so has become involved in the conspiracy group called QAnon. And the caller provided the following information that has been redacted. On January 13, 2019, similar call comes in, and we find nothing further in terms of details. And so the synopsis is now closed. We have a confidential human source information. This is from January 2nd, 2019, interstate threatening communications by somebody. Threatening communications is a tip. This came in from a CHS, it looks like. Information contained in this document pertains to a highly sensitive intelligence source. I wonder who this is. Recipients are cautioned to avoid taking any action based on this information that could compromise the source without prior contact with FBI. Synopsis, all redacted, obviously. Enclosed are the following items: redacted, redacted, redacted. So they've got somebody embedded somewhere, and what he is providing, we don't know, but it certainly looks like they don't have details on who is behind Q. They had an initial thought. Seems like they issued some subpoenas. They got some cell phone records. They may have gone and visited somebody. People are calling in on public tip lines and submitting public forms, but we are not seeing any details of any criminal charges or any real fire or inkling that they know who this person is. So the FBI will very likely continue to spin their wheels, as they often do in most things they investigate. But as it stands now, QAnon seems to be outside the radar of the FBI. So guess we'll wait and see. They'll have to keep tracking.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. I represent, this is what I do. To any beat, anyway, I'ma give it to you. Best beware, open your ears to the truth as I push my rhymes through the microphone. Boom, boom, I do what I want to. What the hell you gonna do? I'm the man, I lace the plan, fool. Any bands that I kick is for your mind, fool. I'm a pimp, so I be up in your mind, friend. Don't be a lame or trick up in this rap game. What's the use of the fame when you ain't paid? I go back to addicted when I got made. Got paid, got laid from the rhymes I lay. On the regular, I flow spectacular, original. My dope is natural, straight out the underground. Yeah, I'ma give it to ya. I got what you need, winter, summer, spring, and fall. No need to resist, baby girl, give me a call. I got what you need, winter, summer, fall. No need to resist, baby girl, give me a call. Everybody know who the lion be. When I'm in the zone, all them suckers flee from the microphone, cause they can't mess with me. Go and tell your homeboys I'm the blessed king of the jungle. Player, I'm obsessed with this, gotta hustle. Player, I'm the next best thing. This is part of me, so pardon me, cause I'm sick with it. I'm a carbon print of a true sea. So hit the blood to this, get on your feet to the beat. Come on, rock to this. Best be ready, cause I rock steady on the daily. When I hit the stage, all the ladies go crazy. They love the way I talk, they love the way I walk, they love the walk on the eyes till it drop. I make them hot, so at the end they give it up. I heat it up, beat it up to the last drop. Come on, I got what you need, winter, summer, spring, and fall. No need to resist, baby girl, give me a call. I got what you need, winter, summer, spring, and fall. No need to resist, baby girl, give me a call. I got what you need, winter, summer, spring, and fall. No need to resist, baby girl, give me a call. I got what you need, winter, summer, spring, and fall. No need to resist, baby girl, give me a call.
Now I'm gonna put this out there right now because it's just gonna get passed around anyway. If you know my story, you know it all starts with a massive fallout with Betty Washam, and that's all I'm gonna say. The details of which are not important now. If she and I are gonna have to tangle with each other again, it'll be in a courtroom, and I hope we don't at all. I hope she lives her life and doesn't mention me, and understands that I do not troll her in an account that someone made of my dead fiance with his picture and his name on it.
Even if I hadn't talked to him in 2 years, he went to jail. He was on meth and got crazy and did something stupid. He basically carjacked somebody. But I know he was high. I know he was hearing voices. He thought his life was in danger. He thought he was being gang stalked. He thought he was a targeted individual because of the paranoia from the drugs. My mom's ashes are behind that statue in the corner. You know, my family and I have not been able to get together to handle it. I'm handling it this year. Her ashes need to be scattered.
You know, this is the big deal, though. That's your child. This is probably the most major thing. I mean, Arthur was an only child.
Even if I hadn't talked to him in 2 years, he went to jail.
I believe his mother, she could be she's not long for this world with his death. I don't know how long she's going to make it. I don't feel. I mean, there is a high likelihood she could kill herself. Unfortunately, she's in her mid to late 60s. He basically took everything she had. She has nothing. She's busting her ass. I don't know if she's an American. She took American citizenship, but she did not work for a long period. So she will not receive a lot of money. She's lucky if she'll get $800 a month. Lucky. I think she still gets $800 a month. That's her That's better than nothing, but that's a lot. That's not a lot of money to live on in this current state that the country's in. If you don't have money, you're in big fucking trouble.
Give them all a surprise. Think I'm gonna kill myself. Cause a little suicide. You're fucking traitors. Yeah, you should swing from a fucking rope. Sit around for a couple of days. What a scandal if I die.
California, in which he lists his brother.
Bob, I've already called and confirmed this because I'm going to be on Drunken Peasants with Nikki.
Thank you. So I got one
question. Because serial Harry. Somebody put Harry Brogan's channel in chat. He's under this guise called Harry's Hobbies because he wants people to think he does hobbies when he's killing people. He's fucking killing people.
This is gonna be good. I'm so intrigued now. In particular.